Yes, let me see you, yo. Yesterday you throw a bat and you shoot. Right over here, you got a hard. I look like anything you want to your ball. Sweet, wow. Sweet, wow. Watch walk. Anytime when you want to learn feel, watch walk.
Yo, watch the ball. All right, this guy does it, man.
They say one time flat. They say one time flat.
Yeah, one kid I did. Yeah, fuck again. Killer. Repare.
How a customer machine?
This is a prior.
I put on machine straight and begin. Yeah? Bad one.
listen. Yeah.
Very good morning to you all and welcome to day 2 of the Michael Holding Senior Cup final here at the Ultimate Jerk Center here in St. Ann. And we are expecting to have, at the very least, a tight contest for first innings points. St. Catherine had batted first and made 203. And the overnight score, I think Kensington needs another 90 plus runs to win. My name is Mr. Orville Higgins, by the way, as Mr. Stanford Davis makes his way in. So we're about to start day 2. As Carlos Brown leads out his troops. So the 2 umpires are already in position. And the score there, as you'll see, 108 for 2. So just 95 runs for first innings points, which may very well be good enough to lift the trophy. There is the bowling analysis for St. Catherine. The successful wicket taker was Javor Royal. Of course, the other wicket going by the run-out route. And the 2 overnight batsmen making their way out at the moment. You're seeing there Leroy Lugg and Corey Hines were the 2 batsmen out for 34 and 27 respectively. But David Dewar last night played a really mature, responsible innings. He's 36 from 70. And Giovanni Francis not out 8 from 53 balls. These 2 stood firm, defied everything that was thrown at them overnight. And from the Kensington perspective, they are hoping that they could see their team all the way to first innings honors. It's not going to be easy. St. Catherine will be coming hard this morning. And the Kensington batsmen will know that an early wicket or an early wicket or 2, and then you could very well see them panicking and tension coming in. It's a final. And it's Bailey who will start. And it's Francis who will be facing up. One slipper, gully, a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man, well, a straightish mid-wicket, but there's also a man all the way back at backward square, and there's a long leg as well. So here's the start to day 2. Bailey, oh well, not quite the start. Giovanni Francis, who was quite impressive yesterday with his ability to knuckle down and graft his way to the end of play. All right, so now we may just be seeing the start. Bailey to Francis. Whoa! That was a fantastic start to the day for St. Catherine. That was virtually unplayable. And what a start. Playing all over it was Dewar. And the sweet sound of, it's Francis who is out. The sound of leather on stumps. What a start. What a delivery. I did say that it was not going to be easy. Well, we only took 1 ball to find out. Here's the ball. What a wicked Yorker this was. If there's any such thing as a perfect Yorker, that couldn't be far from it. So there is Francis walking off. And it's 108 for 3. Daniel Griffiths is the next batsman, and already you can hear Javo Royal making his his voice be heard. You have to like his competitiveness. A really easygoing guy off the field, but on the field he's going to let you know that you're in a contest. Daniel Griffiths is the new batsman. And that delivery, how do you bowl that? Without warming up, without a few trial and errors, you run in first ball and nail an absolutely perfect Yorker. We have to look at this again. Let's look at this. How do you play that? You want it exactly there, just on top of the toes. And let's see what's the situation now with Griffiths. Can he find something similar? As Kennard Lewis strengthens the slip cord, and it's now 2 slips and a gully. Here's the second ball. Good delivery that. But Griffiths wisely allowed it to go through to the keeper. No run. Still 108 for 3. Already you can see that Bailey is working up ahead of steam. Must have warmed up well before close of play. There is no warming up delivery. He's into his work absolutely straight away. And some additional pressure being applied. We see a man with a helmet probably could go into the forward short leg position, just doing some wardroom repairs. And there's the man just to the left of your picture there, coming into the leg gully position under the helmet. And that's telling the batsman, you never know, one could be short and rearing. So 2 sips gully and a short leg, a little further back than the typical short leg, but he's there nevertheless. Here's Bailey, and this is punched out towards Medan and well knocked down. No run. Griffiths fairly confident on the on drive there, but good feeling. They'll have to earn every run this morning. Nothing will be easy. And Bailey, who bowled 3 overs last night, is now 1 for 5 from 3.3. Here is he. And this has worked away nicely through mid-on. Could be running pretty close to the wide long on boundary. And it's pulled back now. And they'll have to settle for 2. But that was a nice shot. Pitched up on the pads. And it was worked past the man at mid-on out into the vacant spaces in the onside. And 2 nice runs to Dwyer. So he's to Griffiths rather. He's opened his account with a confident shot. Right. Bailey will want to adjust that line. Well, he went for it again. That searing Yorker just on the toes, but maybe missing his length by maybe 6 inches that time. And Griffiths was well in control with that defensive shot. Well bowled, and you'd have to say well played. 110 for 3. Remember, St. Catherine had scored 203 in their first innings. So this could well turn out to be a 1 innings encounter as far as the title is concerned. So both teams will want to ensure that they don't lose first innings points here because they may not have time to force a result. That is a short and sharp. Maybe not quite bouncing as much as Griffiths was expecting. In the end, he had to go pretty low. But that was another quick one from Bailey. Here's a look. And as we said, Bailey appears to be well warm. Yeah, he ducked. Ball didn't quite get up as high as he would have anticipated. But in the end, a good short ball. And at the end of the first over of the day, Kensington are, what's that, 110 for 3. 110 for 3. Dewar will now come and strike. Dewar, who was so impressive last night, 36 from 70. Looked really composed, was playing very, very mature. But this is a different day, more tension. And right away, it's going to be arguably the best bowler from St. Catherine, Javier Royal, will start the proceedings. They're taking some time about the field placing. They are allowing the batsmen to just feel the heat, feel the tension a little bit. And Javier Royal, some practice deliveries. This is not going to be easy. Can you manage the pressure, Mr. Dewar? There's a slip and a forward short leg. Well, almost you could say a backward short leg, a mid-wicket. I'm on all the way back on the square leg boundary. I'm on all the way back on the cover boundary and also along on. Here's the first delivery from Royal, which is punched out into the offside. And they come through for a relatively easy single. You can tell that Dewar is not going to be pushing and prodding the way he did last night. Opened his account this morning with a nice stroke out into the deep. It's now 111 for 3. And Dewar goes up to 37. Brings Griffiths back on strike. First innings points could very well decide the contest, as we've been saying. So let's see. Again, they are very meticulous about the field placing. Royal now to Griffiths. Forward he comes and plays out towards that short mid-wicket position. You can almost feel the tension here. Griffiths facing up to the left-arm orthodox of Royal. That's tickled out towards short fine leg. This will not get to the boundary, but it will be pulled back just about a yard inside. And I think that they could have attempted a third. But in the end, only 2 runs. And Griffiths goes up to 4. And it's 130 now for 3. $113 for 3 as Griffiths faces up to Royal, pushing it nicely out towards cover. This could be tight. Not out. I don't think the throw was as powerful as it could be. And Griffiths taking a fairly risky single. Now the batsman meet mid-pitch. Here it is. And just stroking it out into the offside, he took off. Well, we're not seeing that on striker. But that is the kind of risky single that you ought not to be attempting. They have already had 1 run out going against them, with Corey Hines going by the run-out route. And if you're a Kensington supporter watching the streaming, you'd probably be asking yourself, why on earth are they taking singles as risky as that? Brings David Dewar back on strike. Dewar on 37 from 71 balls. Has already demonstrated that he may just want to be a little bit more positive this morning than he was last night. Royal bowls, and he's driving out into the deep. They take 1, will not come for the second, but the point is made. Last night, those would have been patted back at the bowler or just gently patted up towards cover. But immediately you could tell this morning that he's on the hunt for runs. Not going to be bogged down. He moves up to 38 and Griffiths back on strike. And he's playing and missing. Good delivery that. Not spinning back, but just going on with the arm. Good delivery. Well taken by the keeper. And at the end of over number 41, Kensington 115 for 3. Let's take a look. Didn't spin back. It just went on with the arm. And Griffiths was well and truly beaten. What is it, 115 for 3? Big up to yourself, Mr. Walters, there in St. Elizabeth, listening into the commentary. I hear you, sir. Big up. And we're about to witness the third over with Bailey, who started the proceedings with that wicked in-ducking Yorker. And let's see what he will be making of it this time around. He's bowling to David Dewar, who is fairly well set and facing up now. We know he wants to be positive, but that was just an airy-fairy waft at a delivery outside the off stump. Going through to the keeper, no run. And young Dewar wants to be positive, but you don't want to be careless. And sometimes it's a fine line between those two extremes. He was very assured last night, batted for quite some time, was prepared to bide his time, was knuckling down and not prepared to give it away. This morning he's just looking to be a touch more positive. There's a reinforcement to the offside field. 2 steps and a gully now. A man in the covers, there's a point and a mid-off. They're asking the man at square, backward square to come in. And Dewar walks away. The tension is palpable here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. 115 for 3, chasing 203 for first innings points. As here is Bailey to Dewar. Punched back down the pitch. Really didn't time it as well as he would have liked. And Carlos Brown making the return throw. And that's telling the batsman that we are here. We mean business. And what's happening here? A little word being exchanged between batsmen and fielding team. And the umpire now getting involved. So they are not going to let the 2 Kensington batsmen settle. They are going to be coming at them. And the umpires getting involved. So it's going to be testy. And David Dewar must know that he can't allow them to make him lose his cool. Trying to whip this one through mid wicket, getting an inside edge onto pad. 1 run. And I don't know if those of you at home are listening, but the verbals are coming even to where we are. 160 now for 3. 116 for 3 with Dewar on 39. Griffiths comes back on strike. He's on 5. You can hear the verbals in the background. You can hear them geeing up Bailey. You can hear all the words directed at the batsman. You can't say you don't like it. It's a final, everything to play for. And you expect this. St. Catherine were never going to lay down and die, but Kensington also a tough team. Bailey bowls down the leg side, bad ball that. Lucky that Dwyer didn't get a bat on that, because only 3 people in the leg side at the moment. There's a long leg, a deep square leg, and a mid-on. So there's really a lot of acres of real estate on the leg side. Didn't get a touch with that. Bailey will try again. So here's Bailey. And Griffiths drives through the offside ball, peeling off the outside half. Will run out to the boundary at point. That's 4. Ball pitched up. He went for it. Coming off the outside half, was looking to hit a lot straighter than that. But they all count. 120 now for 3. And let's have a look at the replay here as Bailey just bowled wide. There was a quick shot of catch it, but that was well away from the man at point. And Dwyer moves his tally now to 9 and 4. Griffiths actually with a shot. He goes up to 9. Bailey to Griffiths. Oh! A short ball. He was looking to duck, and again the ball didn't quite get up the way he would have anticipated. And again, a couple of words exchanged as well. 120 for 3 after over number 42. Yeah, you could see Griffiths was prepared to take the hit. The ball didn't quite rearing as high as he would have thought. Javier Royal will start another over from the far end. This time it's David Dwyer who will face. Dwyer on 39. And the question is how hard will he go? On the back foot, works this one out towards mid-wicket. Can't score though. 120 for 3. Royal to Dwyer again. And he's forward. Very, very studious forward defensive shot. And the young opening schoolboy batsman must be telling himself, I have to be here. He's driving up towards back at the bowler, who hurls it back at the stumps. And that is as much psychological as it is anything else. Royal is saying, you're in a contest, young man. You're in a contest. And those 83 runs to get for first innings points will not be easy. Drives, that's a nice pleasant stroke up towards mid-off. And Dwyer just seemingly restraining himself after that waft in the previous over. Correctly coming forward, stroking it up to mid-off for a single. And takes his tally now to 40. It's now 121 for 3 as Griffiths comes back on strike. He's 9 from 12. So he's scoring pretty quickly. And this left-handed pair could very well determine whether Kensington gets first innings points or not. Forward comes Griffiths, up towards mid-off. No run. Here's that Royal again. Drives back at the bowler. Will he hurl it back? No. The batsman, assuming that he would, was running out of the way. But Royal decided I won't throw it back this time around. Over number 43 completed. It's 121 for 3. And there's the drive back at the bowler and immediately scampered out of the way. All part and parcel of the psychological game here, and Royal is probably the best at that. All right. So we're going to see Bailey again. This time to Dewar. Dewar on 40. One slip, which is a little surprising. But St. Catherine, though they want wickets, they have got to ensure that the scoring isn't a fast. That's pulled out towards the man at square leg. And they will come back for the second. Well played. That's 2 more precious runs, 123 for 3. The first really pulled attempt this morning from Dewar. Kept it in front of square, so he was in control. And looking more and more assured as he goes on. Bailey 1 for 14 from 5.1 overs as he starts again. Misses the run. We'll have to get back all the way to the top of his mark. You can hear the encouragement from his teammates. Keep going, keep going. And David Dewar continues to look quite ominous. They will have to get him out. If he bats until lunch, his team could be in a good position. That was a great delivery, though. Just outside the off stump, Dewar feeling for it. Makes you wonder, why isn't there at least another slip? And now they'll move the man from mid-wicket towards second slip. You have to give the catchers a chance, even for the first hour or so. So now they'll do what I thought they should have done from the very start of this over. A second slip is introduced. And the gully is quite fine as well. So now Bailey will have something to aim at. Oh, he misses the run again. Not quite sure what would have gone wrong with his rhythm. $123 for 3 with Bailey all of a sudden just losing his rhythm a bit. Maybe trying to run in a little bit harder than normal. Maybe the tension and the pressure of the occasion getting to the young man. Just needs to relax. And just run in normally and let it go. Here is he. Down the leg side. So he's lost his rhythm completely. And also now losing his radar. All right, so Bailey will try again. Let's see if he could get it right this morning. For the man who started with that searing Yorker, he's gone away from that. That is so wide outside the off stump that the umpire says, no, 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 can't allow that. And a wide signal. So it's obvious that Bailey, something has gone wrong. Started off with the absolute perfect Yorker. And in this over, he's been a little bit all over the shop. Could very well be at the end of a short stint here unless he gets this one right. In such a low scoring contest, you can't give anything away. Oh, look at that. Look at the technical perfection in that defensive stroke. with Dwyer just correctly in behind it. And Bailey is now round the wicket. Maybe coming over the wicket. The angle across the left-hander was giving him some concern. Carlos Brown, the captain, just having a few wise words. And Bailey will try again. A fairly long run. Fairly smooth run at that from around the wicket. And nah, this isn't working out. This may very well be his last over. Down the leg side. No ball signal. Well, not no ball, a bye signaled. Now this may not be. It's 4 byes. Lucky not to have been signaled a wide, which would have made it 5 instead of 4. So the young man has fallen apart completely here. 128 it is now for 3. Trail by 75 now. So the target is getting less and less all the time. Or fewer and fewer. You take your pick. Bailey, can he get this one right? Got it right, but so did the batsman. And played it out towards extra cover and can't score. Dwyer, in the meantime, is on 42. And you can't help but admire the young man. Watched him playing for Excelsior in the schoolboy tournament this year, and all right, so the umpires belatedly call over, helped by our scorers. And it's 128 for 3. Oh, West Indies playing England in the... Well, just take a look at this before we go to the West Indies. Only 2 successful... Well, 2 wickets have gone. Well, 2 successful wicket takers, because the other wicket was by the run-out route. Javier Royal and Wendell Bailey are the only 2 successful bowlers, and the captain will be depending a lot on Royal. I don't think they'll want to get the ball out of his hands at any stage. Bailey seems to have just gone awry. And it's Royal who will start again. Another over. And it's Griffiths who will come back into strike. He's 9 from 14. It's 128 for 3. And Royal is 1 for 31 from 14 overs. So his usual very economic bowling. Griffiths drives up towards a deepish mid-off but can't score. Score still 128 for 3. Royal again. Round the wicket. Griffiths is working this one cleverly out towards short fine leg. They take 1 and they take a relatively easy second. So that was cleverly played by Griffiths. Does working the ball fine in the onside. Takes his tally to 11 now. It's now 130. 130 for 3. Royal just having a chat with, looks to be Hyatt, offering a few words of advice to the captain. And the feeling changed. Are they going to plug that leg slip? Yes, they are, with Hyatt himself running towards that. May very well be a case of closing the gate after the horse has bolted, but they now have a man at leg slip as well as a man at short leg. So they're applying a little bit more pressure here to Griffiths. Royal bowls, and he's driving up towards mid-off for a single. And one more to Griffiths, one more to the score. It's now 131 for 3. Griffiths moves to 12 and brings the impressive Dwyer back on strike. He's on 42. Here's Dwyer back on strike as Royal from round the wicket. He was attempting to swat this one over the onside. Didn't make any contact. There's a man on the backward square boundary just out of your shot there. He has to be careful with that shot. Hits that up towards mid-off and can't score. And David Dwyer been encouraged by his team to bat all the way through. And this time he plays forward. Had to be careful to keep it well away from that man under the helmet at forward short leg. Did well. End of over number 45. 131 for 3. Dwyer on 42. Griffiths on 12. They will be making a bowling change here at the commentary end. Bailey had completely lost form, lost rhythm, lost his line and length. Were all over the place. And no surprises that the captain will make a change. The question is, who will that change be? Is it going to be Lewis? Well, Lewis has called for a change of footwear. Well, just out of your shot there. The partnership 23 from 35, by the way. So is it going to be Lewis? It is. He's taking off his cap. So Lewis will be the man. Bowled 4 overs yesterday at the start. And the captain is saying, let's see what you can do for me here, Kennard. Can you get a breakthrough? Wasn't particularly impressive with the new ball yesterday, Kennard. Lewis was spraying it both down the leg side and outside off. And he's hoping that he could make a better fist of it today. In the meantime, Griffiths will just want to see it through. These two will have lunch on their minds if they can bat. So first you bat to the first hour, the first drinks break. And then you set your sights at lunch, because this, in all likelihood, is going to be a first innings game. Whoever wins first innings is likely to win the title. It's as the equation is as simple as that. So finally Lewis is ready. Lewis bowled 4 overs yesterday for 6. And that one is worked out into the onside. But those 4 overs for 6 were a little flattering yesterday, because a lot of those deliveries the batsmen were not playing at. And Griffiths works out into the onside. You could see that Lewis is now probably just trying to cut his pace down a little bit, now that the ball is 45 overs old. Royal is suggesting to the few spectators that yesterday and today could be quite different. Dwyer back on strike, he's on 42. And what does Kennar Lewis has up his sleeve? Here is he. And again, you could tell, not bowling as quickly as he was yesterday, but again, a little bit too straight. And for the second delivery, he's worked away into the onside for another single. One more to Dwyer, who's on 43 now. Griffiths on 13. It's 133 for 3. And Griffiths will be in the firing line again. Here's Lewis. Drives. Lovely shot. That could go all the way to the boundary. That's 4. What a shot. Maybe the shot of the morning so far. That was pitched up. And Griffith says, I'll have a piece of this, Mr. Lewis. An elegant off drive. And down to the boundary for 4. Goes to 17. And look at the shot here on the replay. Copybook off drive. Everything that you'd want from an off drive. Feet to the pitch. The bat coming down straight. The head still. Lovely shot. How will Mr. Lewis respond? Well, look at the confidence with that forward defensive stroke. This pair now is beginning to look more and more assured, more and more ominous, if you will. And St. Catherine must realize that they have to get rid of at least one of these. Partnership 29 from 38. So they are scoring certainly much quicker than they were scoring last night. And they are saying to the St. Catherine team, we are not giving you this wicket away easily. That was a defensive shot into the offside, no run. St. Catherine team trying to G up each other, but as the overs are passing, the verbals are getting less and less. With the pair of Dwyer and Griffiths continuing to defy everything that the St. Catherine bowlers are coming with at the moment. Lewis, and that's a nice shot that slapped away into the offside for an easy 2. And Griffiths gets 2 more runs. So runs on the front foot. And if you're a touch short, he can punch you off the back foot through the offside as well. He goes up to 19, is that? And that's 139 now for 3. The scoreboard that's reflecting that now. So Griffiths looking more and more assured. He's 19 from 22. So he's almost a runner ball with little fuss, little fanfare, just going about his business quietly. And this partnership now is completely threatening to take the game away from Carlos Brown and his St. Catherine team. Batsmen just called for a little hydration. Royal will continue. We expect Royal to be almost immovable or unmovable. Dwyer now will face up to Royal. The field is a little bit more relaxed, so they have taken away the man at bat pad, which is a moral victory for the batsman. But that man who has moved from forward short leg and is now in a catching mid-off, they do feel that Dwyer may be driving through the line of a delivery that's not quite there, and that man at short mid-off could be in business. Well, let's see. Can Dewar win this little battle before the first water break? He's punching off the back foot. That's a lovely looking cut shot. They've taken one. They're coming back for the second, and that's all they'll get. That was a nice shot, and it's always a good shot when you cut the left arm spinner as a left-handed batsman. Ball spinning back to you. But he had the presence of mind and the skill to cut to the right of the man at point. Very well played. And the young man Dewar has continuing to show. Definitely one of the more talented youngsters in the country. Here's he driving. Lovely shot through the covers. That could get to the boundary. It does. What a shot that was. What a shot. A cover drive off the front foot. The man at long off. Desperately trying to get around in time, but was never going to get to that. Look at this. If you want to be picky, the front foot was not really at the pitch, so it was all hands, but certainly has great hands. And he caressed it past the man at cover for 4. Goes up to 49 now. And Royal will play the psychological games. Well, that may have been a genuine slip. 145 now for 3 with Dewar on 49. And the half century would be well deserved. He's hitting it back at the bowler. Well done by Royal to just knock it down. And the Kensington teammates are imploring Dewar, don't give it away, don't give it away. Remember the plan. Well, he's been doing well so far. Here is he now. Steered it out to point. Griffiths wanted a single. Dewar wasn't having any of it. They are just asking Dewar, don't lose concentration. Stay with it. You're 49 not out. You are putting your team in a very good position here. 145 for 3. Remember, St. Catherine made 203. Is this the 50? Yes, it is. Easy out into the offside. And what an innings. Composed, efficient, businesslike. Take a bow, young man. Excellent innings. And he would have played as well as anybody in this game for that 50. Job not done yet, though. But he was very, very happy with that effort. His team is now 146 for 3. Remember, they started at 108 for 3, so they're making steady progress as Griffiths plays forward. Could they take another one? They do. And the St. Catherine team now, that's a little dropping of shoulders as they realize that this game is slipping away over by over. It's now 147 for 3 with 50 to David Dewar and Griffiths on 20. Raleigh Thomas is the new bowler, so that experiment with Kennard Lewis only lasted 6 balls. The captain wasn't quite happy with what he was seeing. And Raleigh Thomas, who bowls are fairly brisk off spin, will try his luck against the 2 left-handers. Raleigh Thomas it is. And with 2 left-handers, he'll be spinning the ball away. The captain deciding that maybe he'd be a better bet than the medium pace of Kennard Lewis. So 2 spinners in operation now. Here's Raleigh's first ball. And off the back foot and punched out to Carlos Brown. Griffiths not trying to overhit that. Was trying to pierce the gap between that man at mid-off and that man at cover, but didn't succeed. Here's Raleigh Thomas. And well played by Griffiths. All concentration. That one was given a little bit more flight and a little bit more pitched up. Nah. There's a vociferous appeal for that. Let's see. Here is the replay. Ball may have just pitched outside leg. Difficult to say from here, but it may have just pitched outside leg. And although it could have been going on to hit, the rule is that if it's pitched outside leg, end of story. Thomas, and that's steered away out towards the man at point. Originally beaten in the flight there, Griffiths was coming forward and then realizing that the ball was a touch shorter than he anticipated, but had the presence of mind to come on the back foot and steered into the offside. It's now 147, 148, and brings the impressive David Dwyer on 50 on strike. He's driving out towards mid-wicket. You'll have to like this young man. He does have the ability to hit the ball a long way, but for the most part has kept his head down the pitch and over the top. Well, he must have heard. Must have heard when I say he has the ability to hit it a long way, because he was down the track and bang! Over the top, gone for 6. He may just be signaling to the St. Catherine bowlers that I may just start changing a gear here. That's 154 for 3. Look at that shot. Down the track, the footwork was immaculate and deposited over the bowler's head. And all the way for 6. 154 for 3. And if St. Catherine were not worried before, they surely should be worried now. Only 49 to get. Within a matter of 6 or 7 minutes, you'll have Mr. Davis, your other commentator, who will take you to lunch. Of course, the man who is the principal down there at Mayday Secondary has turned around the fortunes of Mayday as a cricket institution. Long may he remain. Royal will continue, by the way. It's 154 for 3 with Griffiths on 21. Griffiths steers that out into the offside, can't score. And Kensington doing it well. Royal loses the grip on that, and with Royal you can never tell whether that was deliberate or not. He's full of so much gamesmanship. But Dwyer will, well, Griffiths will face up again. Drives out towards the man at cover, who did well to knock it down. And can't score. The teammates of Griffiths begging him to keep fighting. He is hitting that square on the offside. Not the greatest of deliveries that from Royal, but only can get one, does Griffiths. But it's a valuable single. 154 for 3 now. And only 48 runs separates Kensington from first innings points here. Dwyer, who hit Raleigh Thomas for 6 in the previous over. Let's see how he deals with Royal. He is on the back foot and working that out into the square leg region. Good batting from the youngster. You could see him whipping the bottom hand to get the ball away from that man in front of the bat and ensuring that there's a single to be taken. He goes up to 57. 156 now for 3. And Royal, for all his theatrics and his verbals, really not creating any problems for these two composed left-handers. Well, that was a quicker one, but well played. And Griffiths is saying, whatever you have up your sleeve, Mr. Royal, I'm equal to the task. 47 runs now away. Royal to Griffiths. Griffiths drives through the offside, will get a single. The runs coming easier and easier with each passing over. And St. Catherine must be feeling the heat at the moment. We're going to be watching another over from Raleigh Thomas. 48 overs gone, 157 for 3. And Kensington are inching their way towards first innings points. The score is 49 overs gone, 157 for 3. So 46 runs away from first innings points. And they're taking their time over the field placing here as Raleigh Thomas will be bowling to Griffiths. And here's the start of Raleigh Thomas's over. Griffiths is in strike. He's on 23 from 32. Here's Thomas. And that's well defended. Back down the pitch to the bowler. 46 runs away from first innings honors. And the St. Catherine team may just now be feeling that the title, the prospects of a title is slipping away after every ball. Down the pitch he comes and hits it out towards the man at Medan. He was coming out with all intent. And in the end, had to settle for a single. Brings Dwyer back on strike. 158 now for 3. Here's Thomas now. Will Dwyer advance down the track at him? He does not, but he works this one out into the onside. That's 4. I did suggest that he was planning to change a gear. It's obvious now. That's another lovely shot. Picking up and swatting it through the onside for 4. And he goes up now to 61. That from 99 deliveries. And looking more and more impressive and more dangerous to the St. Catherine team. He's threatening to take the game away from them in a hurry at this stage. Thomas bowls, and he's swinging high and hard over the top. We are in danger here. That is 4 more. This time over the offside. And yet we called it right. He was changing a gear. He's now almost a shot a ball. That one was lofted over the infield, over the offside, down to the long off boundary. 4 more to the young man. And he's now on 65. And look at the shot. Very confident at this point in time. Medaf has dropped a long off. And guess what he does? He strokes it along the ground. The bowler can't stop the single. And this is mature, smart batting. The long off went back after that lofted drive. And the next delivery, he was stroking along the ground for a single. So he's upped his method, being a lot more aggressive, but he's also being not losing his head as well. Brings Griffiths back on strike, who's also played his part. That's swept away. That's 4 out towards fine leg. And it's all happening here. 171 for 3 now, with Griffiths going up to 28. And the St. Catherine team may be realizing that unless they can do something like the very next over, this could very well be slipping away from them. So with the first hour's play almost upon us, we're going to be asking Mr. Davis now to carry you through until lunch.
Thank you very much, Ronald. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Ultimate Cricket Club here in St. Anne. And you have seen this morning's play has gone mostly to Kensington, apart from the first delivery, which was bowled by Bailey. And he got the wicket. A beauty, a peach of a delivery. Kensington with batting very well. Dua and Griffiths batting extremely well here at the Ultimate Cricket Oval in St. Anne, and we can safely say that Kensington is way on top, and St. Catherine will have to do something quite quickly. So 50 overs completed. And the new bowler, Laws, taking over from Royal, taking over from Royal. So Laws taking over from Royal from the northern end. And you can see that St. Catherine, they are in a little bit of trouble now. And they will have to think about what they do between now and lunch. A very critical hour coming up. So Laws will be bowling to Dua, who has batted extremely well. And he just pushes it into the outside and they take an easy single misfield there. They're thinking of a second. The spectator said no, but it was well done. Well taken too. And the score goes up to 173 for 3. And really good batting here by these two. They have batted extremely well, and Griffiths is supporting Dua very well, because Dua is now on 68 from 101. Griffiths is on 28 from 35. And Laws, who bowled 5 overs yesterday, is now in his 6th over. And St. Catherine, they will have to do something real quickly here. They were very happy with the first ball this morning, but since then it has all been Kensington. As Laws bowls, he hits it in the air into the offside. They jog through for a single as the sweeper comes around and picks up. And the score goes up to 174 for 3. 174 for 3 here at the Ultimate Cricket Oval. And this is the finals, the Michael Holden Senior Cup finals here, put on by the Jamaica Cricket Association. And we're coming to you live from the Ultimate Cricket Club in St. Anne. I want to just greet you all and encourage your friends to join us so we can get more viewers in this critical match, the highest level of the island. As Laws comes in down the leg side and well taken by keeper Williams. As Griffiths attempted to play it down towards fine leg, made no contact, and Williams skips across and takes it well. But Laws again, and he bowls to Griffiths and he comes forward and just push it into the offside. There is no run. And Griffiths has played quite well since he came in this morning. He came in unexpectedly after the first delivery, which was a brute of the delivery by Bailey. Since then, Bailey has lost his radar and had to be taken out of the attack. As Laws comes in now and bowls to Griffiths, and he just leaves it alone outside the off stump to be taken by keeper Williams. There's no run. The score remains 174 for 3. As Laws comes in again, and he aborts his run. 174 for 3. Good batting here by Kensington, and they're on top of this game. As Laws comes in now and bowls to Griffiths, full pitch delivery on the back foot, and there's a loud appeal, and the umpire, the finger goes up, he's out. LBW is protesting, but the umpire's decision is final. He was on the back foot when he should have been forward, and he was struck, and the judgment of the umpire is that he's struck in front, and he's gone. And again, just a slight turn as Kensington, they have lost their 4th wicket with 174 on the board. 174 on the board, and it is Griffiths who is out. LBW to Laws, and he's gone for 28 from 38 deliveries. A good inning there from Griffiths. And we watch the replay now as he struck on the back foot. Everybody was confident, and Griffiths is the only one who thinks he's not out. But I find it interesting at this level that 100% of most of the times persons who get LBW always complaining, and it's interesting how the batsmen can see so well behind them. So the umpire decision is final, and Royal is asking some questions there. But the umpire's decision is final, and I can tell you that the score is 174 for 4. And of course, Griffiths there not very pleased as we watch to see they take the water break now. And just to update you, if you watch the replay, here's the delivery from Laws. And Griffiths, let me see now, he comes across and he's struck on the pad. Difficult to tell exactly where. But in the umpire's judgment, he was given out LBW. And as we all know, the umpire's decision is final, irrespective of our protest. But in my little knowledge of cricket, I know that cricket is a gentleman's game. And so you win some, you lose some. And if the umpire gives a not out and the other fielders feel you're out, you'll be happy to stay there. So if you're given out, I think you should take it as a gentleman and leave the field quietly and protest later on, but not in the public. It's something I do not support. So it's 174 for 4. Okay, and Kensington, they trail by 29. So they need 29 runs to get first innings, and first inning in this game is crucial, but you never can tell what will happen later on. The game is still very interesting and delicately poised as Kensington, they have lost their 4th wicket, and St. Catherine, they are a little bit happier, having gotten 2 wickets since morning. But that partnership was a very good partnership when Laws breaking the partnership at a critical and a crucial time with Kensington 174 for 4 as we take the water break and wait for the umpires to call them this play. So it's a 66 partnership between these two, Dua and Griffiths. But with all of this, guess what? Who's the constant? Dua is there. He has been there from yesterday. He has batted extremely well. And as a schoolboy showing his class here among the men, David Dua, Excelsior High School student, 66 partnership between the two of them. And he has now lost his partner as we wait for the new batsman. Okay, so it is Jamie Hay, the man who was opening pace bowler. He's going out now to bat, and he's coming in with the score. They just need up 29 runs to get first innings, and Dua is still there. And I can tell you, once Dua is there, you know that Kensington is still on top. But that wicket there has shifted not the balance so much, but the interest of the game has shifted a little bit, and we'll have more interest because first innings is not yet secured by Kensington, but they are very close. But cricket being the game of glorious uncertainties, we will just have to wait and see and to enjoy each ball by ball. But excitement. And I see Royal there being the referee. And of course, there's a change in bowling. It looked like the skipper, Carlos Brown, and off spinner. And he'll be bowling to Dua, who has been there from yesterday, batting very well. Dua is on 69, and he has been the best batsman in this match so far, top scorer, but he is a model of concentration. He has really curtailed his usual aggressive self to ensure that he'd stay there for his team. And it's very important now, even more important that he stays there as Brown comes in and bowls to him. And there's a loud appeal, and the finger goes up, he's giving out, he's out, David Dua is out, and it is excitement here. Excitement here at the Oval. He's giving out, the umpire stayed for a while, he looked at it closely, and the umpire goes across to talk to him because it has been the tendency of Kensington players when they're given out for them to retaliate. It seems to be the normal thing now for them to retaliate. And David Dewar, the young man who played very well, cannot afford to spoil his innings. Cannot afford to spoil his innings by his reaction. He's given out by the umpire, and they have lost their 5th wicket. And the game is getting real exciting because we said that Dua has to stay. From what we see here, he's saying it's a bit high. He was bending his knees. From our angle, it seems plumb here on the replay. It seems very plumb on the replay here, but it seems to be the tendency. It's the tendency here, the reaction that we get from these youngsters, and their coaches will have to speak to them to let them understand that at this level, when you're given out by the umpire, it's important that you take the decision. I notice when they are given not out, they are very happy, no complaints. But once they're given out, let's watch the replay again. Brown. As Brown Bowley comes across, and that one's looks, he's showing that it's high. And of course, we're all watching the same thing, have different opinions. I believe that he was bending his knees, so the height is not the only thing there. He was not standing up straight. Yeah. And he was not standing up straight, so you can't only watch where it hit, you have to watch if he was bending. So let's see it again. But I will tell you something, you can be given out to the umpire and it's not out at the highest level, but your reaction is important. I know he batted extremely well. No mistake for the entire thing, and the one time there he got struck on the pad. Let's see. Yeah, he's bending his back foot, and it seems plumb. Yes, from this angle, it looks pretty adjacent there, and seemed to be a very good decision by the umpire. Can you imagine if he had given it not out, then perhaps St. Catherine would be saying something else. But this is the game of cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. We have excitement here at the ultimate cricket ground. And the score is 174 for 5. And of course, my co-commentator Arville is not here, but usually when I come on, I get some wickets for whatever team. So let us see now who is settled down as Brown. Remember what happened with Bailey, his first delivery this morning, he got a wicket. And Brown now, his first delivery, he got a wicket. And afterwards, Bailey fell apart. Let's see if Brown will do better, as he's making some changes to his field, bringing in the long off, coming right up to mid-off, and he has the cover and the one slip and a backward point, and there's a field at forward short leg close in, and St. Catherine, they are on their toes now, and we settle down now as we are going to restart, as Brown bowls to the batsman, and the ball is played down towards the fine leg. It's going towards the boundary. Very close to the boundary, slowing up, and it touches the boundary. No, and that's 4 runs. And Kensington is happy again. 4 runs, 178 for 5. And that was Jamie Hay, as both batsmen run now, but Hay is now off the mark. And it's Jamie Hay on. It's Ryan Francis who hit that ball. So Francis hit that ball for 4, left-handed Francis. So the score goes up to 178 for 5, and they trail by 25 runs. And of course, the batting team is still in the better position at this time, but a wicket or 2 more can make a difference as Brown comes in and bowls, and it's on the leg side again, straight in line, and he plays it down to backward square, and they get an easy single to take the score up to 179 for 5, and Francis moves on to 5, and it brings Hay into strike. That's the right-handed batsman, the burly fast bowler who bowled very well and put his team in this position. Let's see if he can also do it in the batting, as he takes his guard from umpire Foster, who came under fire when he gave Dua out, LBW. But adrenaline flowing and excitement flowing, and persons will say things that later on they might regret, but it's a game of cricket, which is a gentleman's game, and we expect it to be played in that spirit. As Brown comes and Hay pulls away, and Brown is not very pleased. Brown is not very pleased at all as he pulled away just as he got into his stride and was about to bowl. But he's not a pace bowler, so I don't think his retaliation can be in terms of bowling a bouncer. But let's see what he will do as he settles and waits as Brown comes in and bowls to him. Well flighted, and he drives it straight. Well fielded by the bowler. No run, good cricket there. 179 for 5. They're trailed by 24 runs, and these 24 look a little bit bigger than 24 in the context of the game. As Brown comes in now and bowls a short deliveries on the front foot and just pushes it into the onside. He was committed to the front foot early, even though the delivery was short. Seemed like it was a premeditated shot. He decided from early he was going to go forward and play that delivery. Well advised to wait and see as Brown comes in now and bowls, and he's on the back foot, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. The score remains 179 for 5. That is the end of the over, end of over number 52, and the score is 179 for 5. Kensington chasing 203 made by St. Catherine. And I think it's Laws going to continue from the northern end. He got a wicket in his previous over. So Hay is not out on naught. Francis is not out on 5. And remember that we had Leroy Logg. He was LBW to Royal for 34. Corey Hines, he was run out for 27 between Royal and Brown. Dewar, just LBW, last man to go from Carlos Brown for 69. Top scorer of the game so far. As Laws it is, who will be bowling to the left-handed Francis. And this is Ryan Francis, the spin bowler. So Laws, the left-handed spin bowler, will be bowling to the left-handed batsman, who is also a left-arm spin bowler. As he comes now. And that's he plays a reverse sweep, and it goes through, beats the keeper, but well taken at first slip there by skipper Carlos Brown. And this young man looking very creative here and making the reverse sweep. Excitement galore here at the Ultimate Cricket Club. As in comes Laws now, bowls to Francis, short delivery on the back foot, plays it down towards backward square. They take one, they're thinking of a second, well fielded, and they settle for one. And the score goes up to 180 for 5. And Francis, he moves on to 6. And this brings Hay, the right-handed batsman, into strike. So Jamie Hay takes his guard. And there's some changes in the field, of course. He's a right-handed batsman. We have a slip. We have a backward point. We have a cover, almost 3/4 way to the boundary. And we have a short cover. We have a mid-off. Long on coming up to long off now as he comes in bowls, and he's on the back foot and just edges it down towards third man. They take one. The fielder from point comes around, fields, and they are satisfied with one. And it takes the score to 181 for 5. And Jamie Hay is off the mark. He's on 1. And Kensington now trail only by just 22 runs. And Ryan Francis, the little man there, waits as Laws comes in, hits it on the full. Nicely played out long, and they take a quick single, and they feel that their fumbles, making it quite easy for them to get the run. So Vital Laws bowled at full pitch. I would say that Francis turned it into a full pitch by coming down the wicket, and they get another run to take the score to 182 for 5. And they now trail by 21 runs first innings, and first innings is critical in this game. And you will see after first inning the complexion of the game will change as Laws comes in now to bowl to Hay. Flighted, and Hay hits it all along the ground into the offside. The fielder comes around, picks up, and they get an easy single. And Kensington does not need to be in any rush just to take the singles as they are offered. No need to be in any rush. They only trail by 20. They're 182 for 5. 183 for 5, though they trail by 20. We're in over number 53 as Laws comes in now, and he bowls to Francis. And he reverse sweep, it's in the air, and he's caught by Brown. He's out. He's saying that it's from his shoulder. The umpire finger goes up. The batsman is not happy. He said that he hit on his shoulder, and We have to look at the replay again to see. It is controversy here at the Ultimate Cricket Oval. It's 6 wickets down now, and the batsman is showing that the ball hit him on his shoulder, and he's not very happy. No one is happy, and he was waiting, and the umpire gave him out. And it's cheers here. My goodness me, with 20 runs. Let's watch the replay. Let's see if we can see it from the replay here. Here it is now. Reverse sweep. It went nowhere near his shoulder. That's what I can tell you. I don't know where it hit, but I can tell it's not his shoulder. Nowhere near his shoulder at all. Unless he has a shoulder that we don't know about. But certainly nowhere near his shoulder. As we look at the replay here. And everybody's complaining. And the umpires are under pressure. They're doing well so far. But let's see the replay. And the catch was taken by Carlos Brown, the skipper. And the Laws is the bowler who got the wicket. And now it's the end of the over. And it's 183 for 5. And the new batsman is Alex Hines. So Alex Hines, the twin brother of Corey Hines, and the twins of the former West Indian cricketer Wavell Hines. And we look at the replay again. Reverse sweep. But here comes Brown, and he bowls, and he plays it onto the leg side down towards short fine leg, and they get an easy single. And the score goes up to 184. 184 for 6. All right, so 183. I see there should be one. What's the score? 184 for 6. And the new batsman is Alex Hines, the skipper. Yeah, no, Brown continues. Brown, and there's an appeal. The ball was in the air. The fielder dive, misses it, and it was very close. And my goodness me, it's all happening here at the Ultimate Cricket Oval. We ask you to send the link to your friends if you're not able to be here, because this is the Michael Holden Senior Cup Finals, and it's getting exciting. In the last 10 minutes, things have changed, and we can see that even though it's just a few runs required, for Kensington to get first innings, but it's getting more and more difficult as the pressure continues to mount on these young batsmen. But it's Hines now as Brown comes in and bowls to him short, and it's on the back foot, hits it. The fielder comes around, and my goodness me, that was carelessness. He stopped the ball. The other fielder was coming around, and if you look at it, that was carelessness, and that one run might make a big difference in this match. You cannot afford to give away anything here. And it brings Hay into strike, and we can see that Royal is coming back on the long on boundary. They expect some big strike from Hay because he's big and strong. Reminds me of Carlos Brathwaite. But here's Brown now, comes in, bowls to Hay. Good delivery. And he comes forward, plays it onto the onside. And there is no run. The score remains 185 for 6. And if you were to look on the context of the game, Kensington is still in charge, just that they're getting nervous as Brown comes in and bowls. Flighted, hits it in the air, down towards long, and the fielder comes around Royal, and they get a single, and the score goes up to 186 for 6. And every run scored here, you can hear the cheers of the team batting, and every wicket taken, you hear the cheer from the team bowling. And it is very close here, as here comes Brown and bowls, and Hines come forward, push it into the hand of the forward short leg, all along the ground. There's no run. That's the end of the over. End of over number 54. And Kensington, they trail by 17 runs. They trail by 17 runs. It's 186 for 6. And St. Catherine, they need to get 4 wickets before the 17 runs are scored in order for them to secure first innings. And the balance is clearly tilted in favor of the batting team. But the main batsmen who are there, especially Dewar, is gone, and Griffiths is gone, so you never can tell what will happen. But if you look back at the match against Clarendon, at one point Kensington was down and out, and they came back after losing 7 wickets. So never say die, as Laws now comes in to bowl, and he aborts his run, was about to bowl to Hay. Not sure what happened, but he turns back, dead ball signal by the umpire. Yes, Vital Laws, and he'll be bowling to Hay. this is a crucial part of the game. And will he just try to get the singles, or is he going to go for the big hit? Let's see. As Laws comes in, bowls to Hay, and he's forward. Very compact, looking composed, and the textbook fashion came forward. There's no run. Laws comes in now, bowls. On the back foot, there's an appeal, but you could hear two sounds there, inside edge onto the pad. Sorry for the appeal, and it was aborted when they heard the two sounds. As Laws comes in now and bowls. Good delivery, beaten, and of course, very good delivery there. Beaten, all ends up taken by the keeper. Whips the bail off, but the batsman was well in his ground. So the score remains 186 for 6. We're in over number 55. And this has been a very good match so far. As Laws comes in now, bowls to Hay, good delivery, and he hits it in the air, going towards long on, and they get an easy single. Hines is thinking about a second, but Hay has not even looked back. So the score goes up to 187 for 6. And they trail now, I think, by 16. Or is it 15? And some strong wind blowing across the ground. It's slightly overcast. Nice day. As in comes Laws, bowls to Hines on the back foot, punches it in the offside. Well fielded there. Good feeling there in the offside. Point by Royal, who's a very good fielder. Had that past him, he could have gotten a single or two, probably even go to the boundary. But that was a good shot by Hines. As he waits now. As Laws comes in, good delivery, and his forward drives it, beats the bowler, but the fielder from long off comes across. Long on comes across and field. There's no run. That's the end of the over. End of over number 55. And the Kensington chasing 203. They're 187 for 6 with Alex Hines on 1 and Jamie Hay on 5. And Laws has taken 2 for 19 from 18 overs. And it seems as if Royal will be coming back, this time from the southern end, replacing Brown, who came on and got the breakthrough. And they feel that the experienced Royal, it's now time for him to stamp his class, or this over will make or break the game. So Javier Royal is coming back, and his team is anticipating that he should be able to wrap up the tail. But Kensington has other ideas, as Hines and Hay, they're there. And Hines is on 1 from 5 deliveries. Hay is on 5 from 12 deliveries, and they trail by 16 runs. Very tense situation here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground as the sun begins to peep out again. And it is Javier Royal who will be coming from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Jamie Hay, who is on 5 from 12 deliveries. 187 for 6 is the score here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. And we have just one slip. We have a cover along a mid off on the boundary. As he bowls and he swings it in the air, the fielder comes, he cannot get it, and it goes for 6 runs. A lovely shot there by Hay. My goodness me, and this will make a big difference. They brought on the experienced bowler, and he treated him with disdain, hit him in over backward square, over the boundary, and it goes for 6. The fielder was there, never stand a chance, and that is 6 runs. And only 10 runs to go now. They trail by only 10. That was a real good shot. And Royal had his hand on his head, and he was hoping and praying that the fielder could catch it, but he had no chance. 6 runs. And here comes it now. Sorry, he faces Royal, and he's on the back foot and just push it back to Royal. And there is no run. 193 for 6. And that was a powerful blow by Jamie Hay. As Royal comes in, past the umpire and bowls to him on the back foot. And this time he plays it delicately down towards the final leg. The fielder is chasing, run around. The ball slows up now. They get 2. And Hay is quite contented. Hines wants a third. Hay said, no, I have this measure of this bowler. I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to get those runs for our team. And they now trail by 8 as he moves on to 11. And he has gotten an 8 from the first 2 strokes here. 3 deliveries. He has gotten 8 runs. And he waits now. There's a forward short leg. The slip come back. The mid-wicket. And there is a long on the boundary as Royal comes in and bowls to Hay, and he's on the back foot. Just push it into the onside, and the mid-wicket fielder comes around, and there is no run. The score remains 195 for 6. They trail by only 8 runs as Royal comes in and he bowls. Quicker delivery, there's a loud appeal, and that's obviously going down the leg side, and the umpire is unmoved. Well, he did shake his head and say not out. So the score remains on 195 for 6. And as we watch the replay, it was down the leg side. As Royal comes in and bowls to Hay. Quicker delivery, a loud appeal. That is very close. Let us wait and see. Not out, said the umpire. That one was very close. Let's watch the replay. That's very close. Could have been missing leg. The batsman was flicking. And the umpire said not out. And that's the end of the over. End of over number 56. 195 for 6. Hay is on 13. Hines is on 1. And they trail by 8 runs, Kensington. Let's watch that replay again. And that seems to be missing leg. And good decision by the umpire. I'm sure Kensington, for a change, will agree with me. Laws will continue, and it will ball into Hines. He comes and down the leg side. Hines tries to flick it, and it goes through to be taken by the keeper. As Laws comes in now, and bowls to Hines, and the forward is an appeal for LBW. That's time for the appeal. Not out, said the umpire. So here comes Laws, good delivery, and he drives it down the offside. And he takes off, he slips. I'm not sure what happened there. Where's the ball? My goodness me, Hines was down the wicket. When he tried to stop to turn back, he slid and he was on the ground, defeated. And I don't know what the fielder did, but that was the chance of a lifetime. Let us see the replay. Let us see the replay. I am not sure where Hines was going. Let us watch this now. He runs down. Fielder comes around. Take the ball up. Oh, the ball hit into somebody. Or the stump at the non-striker's end. Oh, so the fielder was sleeping. As in he comes now, short on the back foot and hits it down towards backward square, and they take an easy single, and it's now trailed by 7 as Hines move on to 2. That was really careless on behalf of the fielder. I don't think there was no communication there. That would have been an easy run out. I mean, he was committing suicide there, Hines, and he was stopped by Kensington, said no way. Why would he do that? The batsman is right there. That young man is sick. Sorry. Here he comes now. As Laws bowls, and he's on the back foot, hits it Swings at it, hits it into the forward short leg fielder, and there is no run. And that fielder was almost appealing to when he hit the stump. He felt good. Then he looked up and realized what happened. As here comes Laws now, and bowls, and he drives it back to the bowler, and that's a spectator's catch. And there's no run. The end of the over. 196 for 6 at the end of over number 57. Hines on 2 and Jamie Hay on 13. Kensington had a wonderful opportunity there to get a run out, and the fielder made a big mistake. And of course, you have to pay for mistakes like that, as they only trail by 7 runs. What I know is that if Kensington is bowled out like 10 or 20 runs lead, that I know that St. Catherine will be going for it and declaring and trying to win outright, because they would have nothing to lose. At the same time, Kensington will just need to bat and bat. So all they have to do is to stay there and bat. First of all, get first in as Royal comes in now and bowls, and Hines comes forward and push it into the offside. And there's no run. The experienced Royal comes in and he bowls to Hines, and he's forward and just push it into the offside. And there is no run. I think Hines bowls with left-handed, bats right hand. And his brother bats left hand, right? But Royal comes in and he bowls to Hines, and he hits it in there on the onside. There's no run. The fielder comes around. That's Carlos Brown, and he throws it into the keeper. That's the skipper. And the score remains 196 for 6. 196 for 6 as Royal. He bowls to Hines, and there's a loud appeal, and that is not outside the umpire very quickly. Batsman hits across the line. Let's look at the replay. There was a loud appeal, and the umpire shook his head immediately, said not out. Let's see. Very close there. Could have gone either way. Hines comes forward, push it into the offside. Just trailed by 7 now, Kensington. But they're still looking nervous. Just 7 to get as Royal comes in on bowls to Hines and is forward, push it into the offside. Trying to find the cocoa that his teammates are talking about, and not able to find it in this over. They still trail by 7 runs, and the score is 196 for 6. So it is 196 for 6, and that's a maiden over there from Royal. And that's very precious at this time of the game, as we wait now and see if Laws will continue. Yes, Laws will continue from the northern end, and he will be bowling to Hay, Jamie Hay, who is on 13. He struck a big 6 off the bowling of Royal earlier. And Laws now will continue as he bowls to Hay. Flighted delivery, and he swings across the line, hits it toward square leg. Didn't get the timing right, but he was able to get a single. And the lead now goes down to 6. And you can hear the spectators from Kensington saying 1-1 Coco. And they're trying to fill the basket. But not much left to fill the basket. They only need a few more runs. As Laws now, he'll be bowling to the skipper, Hines. As Laws comes in. And Hines comes forward, leaves it alone, goes through to be taken by keeper Williams. The score remains 197 for 6. Hay on 14 from 21. Hines there for 15 deliveries on 2. And could have been run out earlier. But here comes Laws now, bowls to him. Flighted delivery, hits it in the air. And that's gone. It's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone. Let's wait on the umpire. It is 6 runs. It is 6 runs, and the scores are level. The scores are level. 203 for 6, Kensington. 203 for 6. The scores are level on first inning here. That was a lovely shot there. Alex, he waited and waited and waited, and the person who missed the run out with him now must be kicking himself and saying, have I given away the finals of the Michael Holden Senior Cup here today at the Ultimate Cricket Oval. The scores are level 203 for 6. As Laws comes in, let's see if he'll get the single now to take the lead. And he hits it and out into the offside. Fielder comes around, he's wrong-footed, misses, and that is it now. Kensington, they have overhauled the score made by St. Catherine CC. Kensington 204 for 6 as they take first innings lead here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. And is this all that they need? Let us wait and see. All they need to do now is to stay there and bat. These two need to stay there until lunch and to make a statement. And he swings at it wildly. The ball edges, the slip fielder comes around, misses, and they get a single. Bye signal by the umpire. So batsman did not get a touch. It was a bye signal, and the score goes up to 205. 205 for 6. And I can see the relief there from here as he made that big cow swipe. As here comes Laws now, and he bowls to Hines, and his forward is beaten completely, taken by keeper Williams. And if you are just joining us, just to let you know that Kensington, they have secured first innings lead here from St. Catherine CC. St. Catherine CC yesterday made 203 all out, and Kensington batting well. They are 205 for 6 with the top scorer, David Dewar, making 69. He was out LBW this morning. He was not very pleased, but let me give you quickly the scorecard. For Leroy Lugg, he was LBW from yesterday from Royal for 37. Corey Hines, he was run out for 27. David Dewar, he was out this morning. He made 69 of 103 deliveries. And of course, he was LBW to Carlos Brown, the skipper. Javardi Francis, he was bowled by Weldon Bailey this morning with a beauty, a peach of a Yorker. He was bowled for 8 from 54. Griffiths, he was LBW to Laws for 28. Jamie Hayes not out on 14. Ryan Francis is out too, and Brown. And Brown now will be bowling to Hay, who has stayed there with his skipper. And the two of them, they have taken their team to the lead as Brown comes in and bowls to Hay, and he hits it high and hard. The fielder coming around have no chance. It's going, it's going, it's gone. And my goodness me, it's gone right into the kitchen. And if you see any red thing on your lunch today, you know what happened. Because that one was struck right into the kitchen by Hay. And he's really opened up his shoulders now as the score goes up to 211. He's a strong man. He was trying to restrain himself just to wait and see his team across the line. And then he's just going to open up his shoulders. He's not going to be playing around again, I can tell you that. As Brown was taken 1 for 37. Waits now. As Brown comes in, bowls to him, and he comes forward and pushes it into the offside. And Hines, who seems to be trigger happy when it comes to running, was down the pitch. And there's no run as he was sent back by Hay. And I think Hines needs to recognize that based on the size of Hay, he's not going to be running so many quick singles. He's preferred to hit the ball out of the park. It's 28 partnership from 38 as Brown comes in flighted, and he hits it nicely all on the ground down to long on and fielded by Royal, and there's a single. Take the score up to 212, and Hay moves on to 21. 212 for 6, and it brings Hines into strike now as Brown bowls to Hines. Good delivery, and he's forward. Inside edge, inside half of the bat, goes out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by the big man himself, Kenar Lewis, and there is no run. And you can see the frustration from Lewis as he throws the ball back to his skipper. As Brown now bowls to skipper, and he's on the back foot and punches it pleasantly back to the bowler who fields and throws it at the stumps out of frustration more than anything else. Remember, he was struck in his head back yesterday by Hay when he returns, and he was trying to do the same thing to Hines as Hayes at the other end as Brown comes in now and bowls to Hines. Good delivery, but it's down the leg side. Badly lined. I thought it was a good length, but bad line. It beats the keeper, it going towards the boundary, and it stops just in front of the boundary now. And the fielder, they're laboring and laboring. Bye signal by the umpire, and they get 2 byes. The score goes up 214. 214. And it is 214 for 6. And with those two teams playing, you don't need any spectators. They can create their own excitement, I can tell you that. And of course, you can see Royal there. The stuff that he's saying to the Kensington people is not Royal at all. But the score is 214 for 6. And there's a lead of 11. 60 overs completed. And Laws will continue. He'll be bowling to Hay. And the umpire assisting the batsman there with some repairs to his bat. And we wait. And the Kensington, now you can see the sigh of relief as they are very pleased that they have taken the lead on first innings. And they still have 4 wickets in hand. They still have 4 wickets in hand. And if they can bring the lead up to 30, 40, not to mention 50, then they will be well on their way. You can see they have one hand on the trophy. And Laws will continue. We have a slip. We have a backward point. We have a, well, they're putting the sweep on the boundary. I guess the Hay has become very aggressive since they have overhauled the score. So they are setting the field as such. You have a mid-wicket on the boundary. You have a long on the boundary. You have a backward square as Laws comes in and he on the back foot hits it into mid-on. The fielder misfields. It goes towards the boundary and the big man comes around, picks it up with one hand, and they get 2 runs, take the score up to 216 for 6, and some serious breeze blowing here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. Okay. As Laws comes in now, and he bowls to Hay. Short and wide, and it goes through to the first slip. Keeper misses it, taken by Brown at first slip. No harm done. The score remains on 216. 216 for 6. And he gives his bat to Brown to check it for him to see if it's okay. And they still have the spirit of the game going, and we're happy to see that. And irrespective of what happens on the field, you know that these players, they're all good friends. And it's in the spirit of competition. As he's waiting to get a new bat. I am not sure that bowlers have many bats, but let's see if he's borrowing one from someone else. I wonder if it's a bat he's borrowed from Brown. Okay. They seem to be one big happy family. And they're using the opportunity to get some refreshment. And the umpires look quite contented to allow it to happen. So it's 216. So they lead by 13 runs. That's Kensington. And St. Catherine would like to wrap up the tale quickly, because if the lead gets over 40 or 50, then it would be probably the writing on the wall for St. Catherine CC. As Laws comes in now to bowl to Hay. Well flighted, and he hits it in the air away from the fielders, and it goes down towards long on. And it's long off fielder who picks it up, and they get an easy single. And the game has slowed down considerably now that Kensington has gained the lead, as Laws flicks the ball from hand to hand and past the umpire and bowls flighted, and Hines is forward to the inner part of the bat, and he's down the wicket, and he was almost in no man's land, but he was able to turn back as Royal held on to the ball, recognizing that he could not get him out at the time. But so many times Kensington have tried to get run out. As Lawrence comes in now and bowls to Hines on the back foot, punches into the offside. Fielded that mid-off, there's no run. As Lawrence comes in now and bowls to Hines and he's forward. Just push it into the offside. And Kensington just need to stay there and bat. And So that's the end of the over, end of over number 61. And the score is 217 for 6, with Kensington leading by 14. Jamie Hay, he has batted quite well. He's on 24. And Skipper Hines is there. Both of them have struck 1-6 each. And they have been very patient and mixing defense with aggression. And you can see that the shoulders of the St. Catharines CC players have now dropped. And they are not as sprightly as they were when they got those close wickets. As Brown it is, who is going to be bowling now from the southern end. And Brown will be bowling to the big, strong Jamie Hay. As Brown comes up now, bowls, and he drives it into the offside all along the ground. It's well fielded by Bailey there at long off, and there is no run. Brown comes in again and bowls to Hay, and he comes forward, just hits it back to the bowler. And the score remains 217 for 6. And these two would want to stay there until lunch. There's 12 minutes to go. And that's a short ball, and he hits it down towards... I'm not sure he mishit that one, but there's no run. Let's see the replay of that. Not sure what he was trying to do, probably to hit it for 6. But no run there as he waits, as Brown now. Off spinner, right arm, bowls, quicker delivery. And he is equal to the task, comes forward and just push it back to the bowler. 217 for 6. They lead by 14 runs, Kensington, as we come close to lunchtime, as Brown comes in and bowls, and he's on the back foot and just push it in front of the square on the onside, and there's no run. It's fielded. And that's 217 for 6. We're in over number 62. They're scoring at 3.52, but doesn't matter. All they need to do is to stay there and bat and bat. They lead by 14 as Brown comes in now and bowls. Well flighted, and he hits it onto down towards square, forward square, or square leg, short square leg, and they get an easy single. And the score goes up to 218 for 6 at the end of the over. End of over number 62. And the players move slowly across the field. You can see that they're smelling the lunch, and they really want these 10 minutes to go quickly. Alex Hines, he's on 9 from 25. And they have really stayed there and steadied the ship after we had some quick wickets in the middle there, and the atmosphere was charged, and the players from Kensington, they were getting a little bit anxious and nervous, but the skipper went out along with Jamie Hay and calmed the nerves of the Kensington and took them past the score of 203, and now they're there batting well, as it's Laws who comes in and bowls, and he swings at it, misses it. The keeper misses it, but the first slip fielder takes it, and there is no run. 218 for 6 as Kensington, they lead by 14. And he comes on the back foot, his hair, and that one bounce, and he comes off the thigh pad, goes into the onside. The keeper skips around and takes it. And the score remains 218 for 6. And of course, Kensington in the lead, in the ascendancy. They just need to stay there and bat as Laws comes in, and he's on the back foot again. There's a loud appeal for LBW. Not outside the umpire. That one seems to be high. And the umpire signaled to his counterpart that 3 deliveries have been bowled. And the score remains 218 for 6. Let's watch it on the replay. Yes, that was high. And the batsman was standing up straight, and he's already a tall man. Laws bowls and on the back foot again and punches it through the offside. Goes down to the long off fielder, and they get an easy single. And he has batted well. He has moved on to 26 from 38. And the score goes up to 219 for 6. And it brings Hines into strike as Laws bowls him flight, and he comes forward and drives it onto the onside, down too long on, and they get an easy single to take the score up to 220 for 6. 220 for 6, and indeed good batting here by Kensington. A little bit of jitters in the middle, but they have done well, and they have gotten the first innings with one hand and the trophy now as Laws comes in and bowls the hands down the leg side and swings at it, misses it. That's Hay. Swings at it and misses it, and it goes through to be taken by the keeper. The end of the over. Jamie Hay on 26 from 38, a very good inning here. And he, of course, he was the best bowler for Kensington when they bowl. And Alex Hines is on 10, and the score is 220 for 6. And they lead by 17. As we come close to the lunchtime, just about 7 minutes to go to lunch. It has been an intriguing morning's play, and Kensington, they did not really take their foot off the accelerator. They stayed and they batted quite well, and indeed, they must be commended, as Carlos Brown will continue. Dead ball signal by the umpire as he aborts his run. He puts the ball on the ground and he's set in the field. Skipper Carlos Brown, and he will be bowling to Hines, and he can bowl. Hines just come forward and drops the ball in front of him, and there's no run. We're in over number 64. 220 for 6. Hines on 10 and Hay on 26, and this has been a good partnership in the context of the game between these two. As Brown bowls again, and Hines just come forward again, just right forward and push it into the offside. And they're now playing for lunch, these two. And if they reach lunch without losing another wicket, indeed we can say that Kensington, they have done very well. Brown, a quicker delivery, and he hits it through the inside. The fielder comes across, dives, and stabs one hand. That was very good feeling there. And Danza Hyatt Sr. skipping across and diving across ground, so that he still has it there, moving very quickly to his left. As Brown comes again and bowls, and batsman on his back foot misses it, goes down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Nicely taken there by keeper Williams, who is a very competent keeper. And he was his top scorer for St. Catherine. As Brown goes again, flighted, and it comes forward. There's an appeal for caught behind, and the umpire is unmoved. And Williams came across and he appealed, and they're a bit dejected. Williams dropped the ball on the ground, and not outside the umpire. I am not hearing the persons from Kensington, but not outside the umpire. Score is 220 for 6, and Brown will have to try again. Brown bowling to Alex Hines. Short, and is on the back foot and plays it towards backward square there. There's no run. It's fielded. The score remains on 220 for 6, 220 for 6. At the end of over number 64, we are very close to lunchtime. Just about probably one over left before lunch. And I'm sure that the batsmen and the bowlers are going to ensure that it's just the one over before lunch as they move slowly. So the final over before lunch, and the score, David Dewar, he made 69. Log 34, Griffiths 28, Corey Hines 27. Laws 2 for 33, Bailey 1 for 15, Carlos Brown 1 for 39, Jabbar Royal 1 for 53. So the Laws 2 for 33, the pick of the bowlers so far for St. Catherine. And it should be the final over before lunch, as Laws comes in now and bowls to Hay, and he just pushed it onto the offside. He thought about a single, but it was not on, as Alex sent him back. Alex Hines sent him back. Laws again comes in, bowls to Hay, and he swings it, misses, and the keeper removes the bail appeal, and not outside the umpire. Let's look at the replay. wasn't a confident appeal as what they did for the caught behind. Kensington, they lead by 17 as Laws now will bowl again to Jamie Hay. Laws bowl, full pitch delivery, swings at it, and it just takes the bottom of the bat and goes down to fine leg. The fielder from backwards square comes around, that's Royal, and they get an easy single to take the score up to 221 for 6, 64.3 overs. And Kensington, they lead by 18 runs. And I'm sure they would want to ensure that they do not lose another wicket before lunch. As Nick comes again and sweeps at it, and the ball is going towards the boundary. Brown is running in reverse, and the ball beats him now into the boundary. And 4 runs signaled by the umpire, so he got a touch onto it and take the score up to 225 for 6. And the lead now goes up to 22. And Kensington is really in the ascendancy now, and St. Catherine is under the pumps. And you can see it in their movement on the field as their heads are down. And it was said that Kensington, they were the underdog, but certainly no signs of that. As Laws comes in on ball to Hines, and he's on the back foot, plays it on the onside, thinks about a single as the ball rolls out to Royal, and he sent him back and said, man, it's almost lunchtime, why do you want to take a chance like that? So the score is 225 for 6. 225 for 6 as here comes Law Bowes, and Hines leaves it alone to be taken by the keeper. And the time is now 11:59. Let's see what happens as the square leg umpire walks towards the stumps. And we will wait and see if that's lunch. He looks at his watch. He walks across slowly, takes up his position, and we will have one more over before lunch. And for those who want to know the score at West Indies and England, I think England need 8 runs from 15 deliveries to win. And it is Royal who's coming back for the final over. And you can't complain about the spirit of Javier Royal. He really plays the game hard, and he never gives up. And of course, I don't think he is too happy that it's not lunchtime, but he has one over to face with a score 225 for 6, and his team leading by 22. Royal balls to him, and he just come forward and push it onto the offside. 5 deliveries to go before lunch. And the morning belonged to Kensington despite them losing 4 wickets. As Royal, he bowls to him, and he swings at it, a big swing, there's an appeal, and he's giving out his LBW, my goodness me. And that over, the one that he did not want, and the umpire Foster, he looked for a long time, and then he raised the dreaded finger, and Kensington, they have lost their 7th wicket on the stroke of lunch, and lunch is taken 225 for 7, a very good inning by Jamie Hay. 27 from 44 deliveries. LBW to Javier Royal, 225. And that one looks pretty close. Yes, and he was down on his knees, and that seems plumb. No argument about that. 225 for 7 at lunch here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground in St. Anne. And of course, Kensington, they're leading by 22 runs. Leading by 22 runs at lunch. We have 2 sessions to go. And ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you that we are going to have some fireworks later on when St. Catherine CC bat. Jamie Hay, 27 from 44, and he hit 2 sixes, strike rate of 61.36, 225 for 7. I'll just ask for the summary for this morning's play so we can give you the summary, and we go and have lunch and see you back at 12:40. So this morning, the first to go this morning was Francis. No, I think the first to go this morning was Francis. Okay, Francis, he was bowled by Wendell Bailey for 8. from 54 degrees. First ball of the day. And he went, and then we had Griffiths. He made 28. And Francis, he was caught by Carlos Brown of Laws for 7. Alex Hind, he's not out on 14. And Jamie Hay, he was LBW to Royal just on the stroke of lunch for 27. It's 225 for 7. 225 for 7. And Kensington, they lead by 22 runs as we take the lunch break here at the Ultimate Cricket Oval in St. Anne. It's the final of the Michael Holden Cricket Competition Senior Cup here, put on by the JCA. So we take you now back to control, and we will back with you at 12:40 after lunch as we see the excitement that we're going to have. As if Kensington is bowled out, you know we're going to have fireworks from St. Catherine CC to try and force the game because they have nothing to lose by doing that.
Good afternoon and welcome to the post-lunch session of the Michael Holding Masters Day 2. And in case you're just joining us, Kensington has already taken first innings points and are looking to extend that lead. Kingston, well, St. Catherine would have made 203, and Kensington are 225 for 7. So that is it, 225 for 7 as you're seeing there. So the lead on first innings is 22. And clearly St. Catherine now have to go for absolute broke. They have to try and wrap up this lower order and then gather some quick runs and then have a dart at Kensington later on tonight. Here's the first ball after the lunch session, and that's Dakers who plays forward to Royal. Doesn't get any run. So Dakers now will face again. Of course, Kensington will want to be batting for as long as possible because the longer they bat, even if they don't score, then the less likely are for them to lose outright. So St. Catherine will have to make the running. And that means wickets, wickets, wickets for now. And then see what can happen after that. Another scoreless delivery out towards point. And the score remains 225 for 7. That's is it Dakers or Dakers? Oh, I understand that he's called Dakers overseas. That's pushed out. And that no run. So Kensington would have already taken first innings points, but we expect no. To make it a contest, to make it an interesting contest, it would be nice to see St. Catherine get a dart. That's if you're a if you don't have any dogs in the fight the way I don't. Of course, Kensington will want to just bat and bat and bat till the proverbial cows come home. Laws to Hines, that's worked out towards backward square. And they take one. Royal couldn't quite reel it in the first attempt. And Hines now moved to 14. 226 for 7 now. And the body language of St. Catherine looks extremely flat, but it shouldn't give up. This is cricket. Forward comes Dakers and makes no contact to a delivery just outside off and a hint of spin. Here's Dakers again from Laws. Was spinning down the leg side. Good work that from the keeper to dislodge the bail, but Dakers had not moved. Still 226 for 7. This is driven by Dakers out towards the cover, deep. And he gets one. That's Dakers off the mark. It's now 2:27 for 7. Brings Hines, who is on 15, back on strike. Full toss, which is edged away out towards third man. That will go all the way into the boundary. And the St. Catherine team now maybe have given up the ghost, as they say. And for every run that is scored from now on is like one more nail in the coffin of the St. Catherine team. Hines was trying to drive, but found that the ball was too full. Played over it. And it's the end of another over. The St. Catherine team going through the motions. Look at the speed with the change of overs. Almost as if they are saying there's nothing more left. It's an approach I don't necessarily believe in. They should be in the hunt for wickets, but 25 overs if you have to. Try to get maybe 150, 180. You never know. Yeah, so it's the left-arm pace of Renford who will take over from this end. And it's the left-hand pace of Winford to bowl. Here's his first ball, and that's in the air. This could be a catch. No ball. Will be a no ball for height. Let's see. Yes, it is. Dakers will get one more to his total. Dakers on 231 for 7. Brings back Hines on strike from over the wicket. Left alone outside of stump. Here's Renford again to Hines, who is driving up towards mid-off. Can't score. Nice, pleasant drive, though. Remains on 19. It's 233 for 7. Yeah. All right. So that's a 30-run lead, which is proving more and more handy. And we are being told that Corey Hines is likely, well, Alex Hines is more likely to play a few shots than his brother. Off the back foot, punches sweetly up towards that extra cover position again. But again, can't score. Remains on 19 from 40. So Renford will continue to get the breakthrough, or at least to attempt. That's worked away out towards mid-wicket. It's coming forward and just working the ball into the mid-wicket region. No run. Here's Renford again. And again, with real comfort, Hines in absolutely no bother whatsoever. Getting a ball back of a length and again just punched it into the onside. He's looking quite relaxed, quite composed. There's no devils. It's really just batting time for the Kensington team at the moment. And St. Catherine really just waiting on a mistake, not being proactive, really just hoping for an error as opposed to trying to create one that's outside the off stump. No run. It's still 233 for 7. Here is Dacres back on strike. Laws bowls and he's hitting out towards long off. And gets an easy single in the end. Hines back on strike. It's 234 for 7. 234, Mr. Scorer. Hines driving out but can't score. Gets a full pitch delivery, goes down for the sweep. Don't think he made any contact with that. Gonna be watching the signal. Well, the umpire suggesting that there was indeed an edge, so that's one more run to Hines. Goes to 20. Not sure why the field is this deep, unless St. Catherine has completely given up. There's a man all the way back at backward square. He's the one hearing in now. There's a mid-wicket right back on the ropes. There's a long on, a long off all the way back, and a point all the way back. You'd almost think St. Catherine are trying to prevent runs as opposed to getting wickets. It's a strange tactic, this. St. Catherine have no chance unless they get to bat again. Why are 5 people on the boundary? Not sure what the tactic is here. You need to get these people out, even at the expense of conceding a few more runs. You've already lost first innings points. And at this rate, the game will just go away from you. The Kensington batsmen are not necessarily looking to go hiking over the top. Well, they'd be silly if they try to do that. So you're playing directly in their hands when you have the field that far spread. Interesting. Good delivery that. End of the over, 237 for 7. I'm sitting beside one member of the Kensington coaching staff. That's the score. That's the 237 for 7. Can you make sense of the tactic that you were seeing earlier? 5 people on the boundary when you're trying to get that opportunity to bat again. It's weird. Renford to Hines. Yeah, I'm not going to be hoping though. I have to try and make something happen. Hines facing up to Renford. He's was trying to back drive through the covers. Didn't make any contact. Pinnock to Hines. It's not Pinnock, it's actually Renford. That's why I said Pinnock. It's actually it's a no ball. Renford may have just overstepped. Drives out towards mid-off. At what stage can the two captains decide we've had enough? Mr. Umpire? 4 o'clock? 5 overs after the final hour. So we're talking anywhere between 4 and 5. So 5 minutes after 4. Yeah. Because one team is not trying to win, and the other team is not trying is already assured of the title. Kensington lead on first innings by 36, as you're seeing there. Hines it is. Well, this is bouncer to Dakers, actually. Ducks away, can't score. Here's Renford back at the top of his mark. None for 25. He's 1 ball away from his 4th over. That's peeling off the outside half. Out towards third man, that's 4. And all of this is making the St. Catherine day less and less pleasurable. The game is slipping away by the minute. Ball genuine edge as Hines here was trying to drive towards extra cover. And the ball is it's actually Dakers who was on strike, trying to hit through the covers, but definitely getting an edge down to third man for 4. Dakers has looked reasonably solid while he's there. And there's a little mid-pitch conference between himself and Hines, and there could only be one message being sent. We stay here until dark, if needs be. Laws it is now to Hines. Nice front foot stroke. Can't score though. That's pulled away out towards straightish mid wicket. Well, that one was dispatched pretty easily. Hines now just enjoying himself rather. Look at this. Easy as you like. Ball dragged down, spinning back into Hines. And he says, thank you very much. I'll add 4 more to my account. He's now 25. And the lead continuing to build all the time. The wrist spinner, back of the arm, will bowl you a few bad deliveries. That's kicked away. They're asking a question. Here's Laws and Hines off the back foot and just punched it back to the bowler. Looks a lot in his stance like Craig Brathwaite, doesn't he? Was trying to drive out towards extra cover, getting an inside half out towards mid-wicket. Reminds me a little bit of Craig Brathwaite. Yeah, his general mannerism, maybe a little taller, but does have some similarities. Drives out towards mid-wicket. Gets a single. Lead is now 45 with 3 wickets still to go. And unless St. Catherine can get some wickets here, it's just going to peter out into a rather dull draw. Nobody wants to see that. There's the Kensington batting card. 69 by David DeWar was the pick of the innings. Certainly batted well, but then there were useful contributions from Lugg, Hines, that's the other brother Hines, Jamie Hay, Griffiths. They all chipped in. And now Alex Hines, who bowls left-handed but bats right-handed, which is the complete mirror image of what his brother does, who bats left-handed and bowls right-handed. Hines off the back foot, punches squared, easy as you like. Yeah, winner. And their father bats right-handed and bowls left-handed as well. I've heard people say, how do you say you bat left-handed though? Where do you bat with both hands? Both hands are on the bat. Which hand determines which hand is the one you use? You're using both actually, but no. All right, so here is edging out towards third man. This could be 4, you know. That was a genuine edge. And Dakers will come back for 2. And the St. Catherine team at this stage just really have had the stuffing completely knocked out of them. And we are basically now apparently just waiting on the final rights. The Game has certainly died as a contest, which is a pity. Oh, that's it on the pad, and he's going to be given out. So on the back foot came Dakers. The ball may have just kept a touch lower than he anticipated. And there's not too many complaints from him as he walks off. We've seen other batsmen being given out and showing their genuine disapproval of the decisions. But Dakers seems to have accepted his fate. He made 9. And let's just take a look at this. From around the wicket, that looked plumb. That looked like it would have crashed anywhere into middle and leg. And maybe from a neutral's point of view, it's a wicket I don't mind. I want to see St. Catherine batting again, just to get a look at what their approach will be. And hopefully we can have a little life left for the rest of the afternoon. Nicholson Gordon. That's the dismissal. That was as plumb as it gets. And Nicholson Gordon is making his way to the crease. His team in a good position. You wouldn't say an impregnable position. This is cricket. You never know. St. Catherine go in and get 150 and give Kensington 105, 110 to win. Next thing you know, it's 20 for 2, and then we have a game. So we never know. I personally would want it to be like that. The Kensington coaching member beside me is hoping for no such thing, understandably so. But from a neutral's perspective, we don't want a tame, boring end to the season. Here's Gordon's first delivery. Started to think about playing, realized it wasn't close enough, and made a belated decision to leave it alone. Through to the keeper. Gordon, not really a rabbit, but he wouldn't be somebody that you asked to bat for your life. Can hang around. Surely there should be another slip here, though. Ball coming off the inside half, out towards backward square for a single. And Nicholson Gordon is off the mark. Brings the rather assured-looking Alex Hines. He doesn't really look like getting out. Off the back foot. That runs out towards third man. That will go all the way. That's 4 more. So with that, it's now 256 for 8. Hines adds 4 more runs to his total. He's on 31. And let's just take a look at the replay here. Over the wicket, angling across him, slashing, getting an educated edge out towards third man. Next half an hour or so, Mr. Davis, hopefully you can get a few wickets and that we can put some spunk back into the contest.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We continue this game here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. It might seem a little bit dreary right now, but with this game of glorious uncertainties, you never can tell. Kensington, they're leading by over 50 runs at this time, in a good position, but it's not an unsaleable position. Anything can happen, and if Kensington should lose 2 quick wickets now and all out, And then St. Catherine go after the runs, you never can tell. As Laws bows, and he just edged it down towards third man. They take one. It's Gordon. They take two. And they could have taken three, but Gordon has no interest in the third as his keeper was trying to turn for a third. And the score goes up now to 258 for 8. And they lead by 55. Kensington in a good position here. And their objective is to bat and continue to bat, while St. Catherine would want to wrap up the tail at this time and get rid of these 2 wickets. As Laws tosses the ball from hand to hand, and he bowls to Gordon, Nicholson Gordon, full pitch delivery, and he flicks it on the onside to square leg. They take one, and they're coming back for easy 2, and they continue to milk the ball in here, and the score goes up to 260, and the lead is 57. Lead getting bigger and bigger. The bigger the lead, the higher the chances of Kensington winning the trophy, which they have one hand on already. Somebody said 1.5. And St. Catherine CC, they will have other ideas as Laws bowls now to Gordon, and he aborts his run. Turns back just to say that a special talent here, Laws. He bowls the Chinaman, the left arm version of leg spin. And it's a full pitch delivery, a freebie. And he missed out on that one, hits it down to long leg, and they just get a single to take the score up to 261. 261. Some persons saying that should be no ball, but the umpire has other ideas. In my estimation, it's not a no ball, but Laws again bowls, full pitch delivery, driven through the outside. That's a beautiful shot. It goes toward the boundary, it goes into the boundary now, and that's a lovely shot there. 4 runs, and you can know a batsman different from a batsman. It hits it through the outside, 4 runs, and takes the score up to 265. Lead is now 62. And it's getting better and better for Kensington. As Laws bowls to Hines, and he drives that, it takes the inner portion of the bat, runs out towards the square leg umpire. They take one, and they come back for easy 2. And you can see that St. Catherine, they're spreading the field out. I am not sure of the plan that they have now. Well, let me say I'm not sure if they have a plan right now. Their plan is just to bowl, and hopefully they'll get those 2 wickets. I think they should be they should really be proactive at this time, because they want to get Kensington out so that they can go in and bat and put them Kensington under pressure. But at what rate they're going now, it's not like that. As Laws comes in now and bowls and is on the back foot, Alex Hines push it into the outside. And a good innings here by Hines, the skipper. 37 from 60. So 37. And interesting enough, there was an opportunity at one point for St. Catherine to run out Hines. He was stranded down the wicket, trying to turn back, and he slipped and fell. And the fielder threw the ball to the non-striker and knocked out the stump, and was quite happy. And Hines was very pleased to just go back down to the striker's end, and no run out was effected. And I think that could have been a turning point in the game. Since then, Hines have batted very well, and he is on 37 not out at this time, looking for a half century. And he's joined by the pace bowler, Nicholson Gordon. And Rainford, he hasn't bowled well, but he got a wicket. And he bowls, and batsman is forward. Pushing the outside, they take a quick single. The fielder comes in and overruns the ball, and there's an easy single. And if you remember, Gordon playing in T20, representing the Talawas, has the knack of getting wickets even when he might be hit here and there. But it's Rainford now to Alex Hines, short, and he's on the back foot right behind it, push it back along the pitch, and it feels at Mid off. There's no run. The score remains on 268 for 8. We are in over number 74. And they're still scoring at 3.66 per over. And these 2 days, we still have one team bowled out, the next team still batting, and we're almost at the end of 2 days. So we certainly need more than 2 days for cricket at this level. As Renfrew comes in and bowls, and he plays it nicely down to third man. The fielder gives up the chase now as the ball goes slowly, agonizingly into the boundary. 4 runs. And Alex Hines is doing very well here. He moves on to 41 from 63 deliveries, and the score goes up to 272 for 8. Hines on 41 from 63. Gordon on 7 from 6. And Rainford has taken 1 for 42 from 5.3 overs. He has been roughly treated, and he has been all over the place, and he got an LBW, but here he comes and bowls a short delivery, and he's just in behind it and just put it in front of him along the pitch. No venom in that delivery. It just loops up and the batsman just push it in front of him. Probably he could have gotten inside and hook it or pull it down to backward square, but he was contented just to be behind it and push it down in front of him. In my days, that would never be so, but let's see now. As Renford turns now, and he bowls to Hines, and he drives a pleasant-looking shot, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run. That was a pleasant drive, but no run from it. The score remains 272 for 8. We're in over number 74, and it has been an all-day toil in the field for St. Catherine, and I think that will also impact their batting, because when you have them out in the field like that, they become a little jaded, and it affects their judgment. So it's a good thing here for Kensington as Rainford ball, and Hines is on the back foot, push it into the offside, and there is no run. And that's the end of over number 74. After 74 overs, Kensington, in reply to 203 all-out made by St. Catherine CC, they are 272 for 8, leading by 69 runs, and still have 2 first inning wicket in hand. We have a change in bowling now. Raleigh Thomas is going to be replacing Laws. Laws, who bowled quite well, but not successful in the last few overs. So the score is 272 for 8. Kensington leading by 69, and Raleigh Thomas is going to come back. He's coming from the northern end, and he's bowling to Nicholson Gordon, who comes forward, pushing to the outside, was running towards it like a fielder, and he realized that he was not the fielder, so he turned back and allowed the fielder to take up the ball. As Thomas now, another schoolboy, comes in and bowls to Gordon on the back foot and punches it in front of square there, right to cover, and there is no run. And Gordon looked quite good on that shot. Looked like a batsman. I understand he can help himself. But here comes Thomas now, Raleigh Thomas. Bowls to Gordon, flighted delivery, and he comes forward inside it of the bat. And goes into the onside, mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. 272 for 8, lead by 69. And the coach is saying that they want to lead up at least 100 as Thomas comes, bowls, and Gordon on the back foot just hits it out onto the long off boundary, the long on boundary, sorry, and they get this easy single. He walks the single, Gordon, and the score goes up to 273 for 8, and it brings Alex Hines into strike. He's on 41 from 66. You definitely want to get a half century here as Thomas comes in and bowls to him, flight, and he's forward, drives it pleasantly into the offside, but it's fielded at middle off there, and there's no run. The score remains 273 for 8, and we're in over number 75. That ball is quite old now, as Thomas bowls now to Hines forward and just plays it into the outside. And you can see that Kensington, they're actually playing to a plan. Their plan is to bat and bat and bat. Very simple plan. Bat as long as you can. And if you do that, then of course the next team will be under severe pressure, as St. Catherine CC is now under extreme pressure right now. And Rainford, who has bowled not as good as he'd want to. His line, he has been inconsistent in his line and length. He has bowled a few short balls, not much venom because the ball is quite old. And he was taken to the cleaners in his first few overs he bowled yesterday and hasn't bowled much since then. So it is Renford, left arm pace bowler, coming from the southern end. And he bowls now to Gordon. And he think of a single, but he was sent back. So the score remains 273 for 8. We're in over number 76. The new ball becomes due at 80. 80? Okay. The new ball is due at 80, but I don't think St. Catherine wanted to reach to 80 overs as Renford bowls and Gordon is on the back foot, push it into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 273 for 8. Rainford walks slowly back to his mark. Rainford now to Nicholson Gordon. Full pitch delivery on the leg stump. He flicks at it, misses. Nicely taken by the keeper. Williams down the leg side. And the score remains on 273 for 8. 3 dot balls now. Rainford walks slowly back to his mark. Thinking, what should I do to get rid of one of these batsmen? We need to clean up the tail now so that we can go and bat and have a chance in this game, albeit a very slim chance. But really you can see the heads of the St. Catherine CC team down as Rainford comes now and bowls, and Gordon is beaten, taken by the keeper. Square him up there as he came across trying to play forward, and he was squared up. See if there was a little movement or something, but he squared him up completely and it beats him, went through, taken by keeper Williams. So 4 dot balls so far from Renford, probably his best over to date. And let's see if hope he doesn't spoil it as he comes in now. And he bowls. Batsman just leave it alone to be taken by the keeper. A good delivery that too, but well left. No need to play. As I said, Kensington is going to bat for as long as they can. They have no reason to rush the game and no reason to try and get themselves out, so they're going to bat and bat. It's 273 for 8. And we must commend Kensington for the maturity that they showed during this inning and really come back. They came back well in the semi-finals, and come to upset St. Catherine now is something that they must be commended for. And they have a number of youngsters in their team, as do St. Catherine CC, a mixture of youth and experience, as it is the young Renford who comes in now and bowls. Is on the back foot, plays beaten outside the off stump, taken by the keeper at the end of over number 76. End of the over by Renford. A maiden over at this time, so over number 76, and it's 273 for 8, and Kensington, they lead by 70 runs this time. Pushed into the outside by Alex as Thomas bowls to him. On the back foot, plays it out to point. There's no run. The score remains on 273 for 8. 273 for 8. And this one is played down towards the third man boundary. The fielder comes around, runs, picks it up now. They turn for the second. And the score goes up to 275 for 8. And the lead continues to build. As Thomas comes in and bowls on the back foot is Hines. And there's no run. Alex Hines, he's on 43 from 71. And Gordon is on 8 from 16. Hines plays it into the onside and gets one quickly, thinking about a second, but aborts the thought, the idea, and the score goes up to 276 for 8. Single there, 276 for 8. Hines moves on to 44. And Raleigh Thomas, who has bowled 10.5 overs and none for 39. And he bowls now to Gordon, who plays a nice shot into the offside. And no is the call. Score remains 276 for 8, lead of 73. And I think that you can safely say that Kensington has batted St. Catherine out of the game.
Gordon backs off and punches again up towards mid-off. Gets an easy single. Gordon moves up to 10. 278 now for it. Hines will be eyeing a 50. He is 6 away. But the ball well outside off. And didn't influence a stroke. Game certainly has died as a contest. Very little intrigue left. And that's up towards mid-off. Well run. Well judged single. Hines now on 45. Nicholson, Gordon on strike. Getting a ball down the leg side, was trying to work it past the man at backward square. Made no contact. Bailey again will try his luck. And Gordon as comfortably as you please. Rock solid behind it. End of the over now. The umpires are calling on drinks. So it's 279 for 8 with the Kensington team. Well, let's take a look at the scorecard. David Dewar was by far and away the top player, but got useful contributions from Lug at the top. So too was Corey Hines. Griffiths contributed 28. Jamie Hay scored a vital 27. And Alex Hines, as you're seeing there, continuing to soldier on in the good cause for his team. He's on 45. And even Nicholson Gordon is hanging around and making it harder for St. Catherine. 2 wickets each for Vital Laws and Javor Royal. But it has been a struggle for the St. Catherine bowlers to get wickets. And the game just petering out into a draw, with Kensington happy that they have first innings lead and are prepared to just bat and bat and bat. We'll take a little break until the other side of the drinks card. All right, so welcome back after that water break with Kensington continuing to make steady progress, just taking the game more and more away from St. Catherine. This one is steered out towards third man. This could run pretty close to the third man boundary, and it will be pulled back just in time. That's two more. And that's two more to Hines, who is now on 147 is Hines. And Carlos Brown opting for some gentle medium pace instead of bowling off spinners. Seems to have gone completely out of ideas. Hines drives out towards cover, and they'll take another one on the misfield. He's now on 49 now, and one away from what would have been a rather calming 50. New ball was taken, by the way, which is why Carlos Brown is opting for some medium fast. Hines just need one more to get to his 50. And the lead stretching all the time. It's now 77. Here is Brown. Down the track come Hines, was trying to whack it past the bowler. Didn't middle that. And can't score. Here is Brown. And that's not the 50. Stayed out towards point, but Hines can't score. End of the over. Hines remains on 49. The man called Stunner, a.k.a. Nicholson Gordon, is on 10 at the other end, continuing to be a bother to the St. Catherine team, just hanging around. And it's 280 for a lead of 77. Bailey 1 for 17 from 8. Here's E to Hines. And Hines off the back foot. Pleasant stroke up towards extra cover. Can't score. That's a case where Gordon had a dart at that. And again, Gordon just having a waft at it. Was really nowhere close to that. And through to the keeper. I think Gordon deliberately playing over the ball, or not really trying to play. He's not the most equipped technically, but he's probably just saying to the bowler, were I a batsman, the square cut would have been on. Really not sure he made any genuine attempt to put ball to bat to ball that time. This time on the pad, he was trying to work around square on the leg side. And maybe beaten for pace as much as anything else. Just couldn't bring the bat down in time. Still 283 for 8. This time he's hitting it down. I think it just dropped in front of first. There was an edge on that. But Gordon lives to fight another day. End of the over. End of the 82nd over. It's 283 for 8. Carlos Brown with the second new ball. And this, I was about to say, this is the 50 for Hines, but he has to wait. He's on 49 from 91 deliveries now. He's hit 3 fours. It has been a patient knock that has ensured that his team is in the fight. Wants a single, but Gordon says no. But now they are able to cross. And a 50 for Hines. You wouldn't say a match-winning 50, but it's a 50 that will ensure that his team does not go on to lose the game. And this is it. Steering it out into the offside against a rather lackluster looking St. Catherine team at the moment. Brings Gordon on strike. And Gordon enjoying the fun as well, punching off the back foot. Well, that looked like the shot of number 3 or 4. And why not? Enjoy yourself, Mr. Gordon. The opposition not offering a lot. This is almost now like a glorified training session. And Gordon punches sweetly off the back foot for 4. This time he's hooking and getting runs out towards long leg. That's 4 more, you know. And Gordon looking Gordon Greenwich-ish at the moment. And so Nicholson Gordon is making hay while the sun is not quite shining at the moment. And all of this just making the results more and more inevitable. Kensington will be crowned the 2025 Michael Owling Senior Cup champions. It's just a matter of going through the motions. Off the back foot, punched out towards Medan, can't score. It's Gordon and a wide ball. Gordon proving to be quite a nuisance. He's on 18, and very little things deflate the opposition more than a stubborn tail-ender. And Gordon will want to become even more of a nuisance. That's a lovely looking back punch towards cover. Seeing it now as big as the proverbial breadfruit, doesn't look likely to be getting out soon. And the lead now 90. So you'd think even if the next 2 wickets should fall in the next 2 deliveries, it may be a question of too little too late for St. Catherine. It would take some miraculous cricket for them to pull it off from here. And commentators and scorers and assistant umpires are left with the unenviable task of almost like watching paint dry. The game just petering out to nothing. 293 for 8 is the score. And now that Hines has reached his 50, well, there's a little break in play. Not sure why. Oh, the umpire's calling on. Is it the water break? Yeah, the umpire is saying, let's have some, well, it's the medics who are coming on. Not in your picture at the moment, but you'll see the bright yellow. There we go. I'm not sure who is in need of there's some medical attention at the moment. Well, they're standing in front of Brown at the moment. I think Carlos Brown is coming up. Maybe the captain has seen enough. Not seeing Javor Royal on the field. And Carlos Brown, there you're seeing him with the members of the ambulance. Not quite sure what would be wrong, but just making his way off the field at the moment. So St. Catherine without their captain at the moment. And Hines in the meantime will just probably want to go on and accumulate 100. Drives out towards point. Can't score though. Hines may just be thinking, well, there's one other point of interest here. If I bat till the close, I have 100 for sure. So maybe that's the only real interest left in this. He's working that out towards the man just in front of the Skrillex umpire. Can't score though. And the score remains 293 for 8. Bailey again. Loses his run. Here's Bailey. And Hines punches up towards mid-off. Lewis in the way. No runs on offer at that point. And Bailey again. And Hines gets one that's right up. Had to be content with just digging it out, coming down hard on it. No run. Here's Bailey again. Wide on the leg side. I'd be very surprised if the umpire doesn't signal wide. Well, he doesn't. But nobody could blame him if he actually did. Keeper had to be sprawling away to his left. Really lucky not to have that called a wide. The rules say that the wide is a delivery that the batsman would find real difficult to get to in his normal stance. I don't see how he could get to that in his normal stance. That should have been a wide. Driven out towards that mid-wicket. And one more to Hines. One more to the total now, 294 I make it. 294 for 8. Lead of 91, which is all merely academic at this point in time, as the game really just petering out to a tame draw. We are being told by the standby umpire that both captains can actually come together at tea and decide that they'll end the torture for all of us who are here. We are appealing to Jesus Christ, Haile Selassie, Muhammad, Buddha. Maybe one of them will answer the prayer and end what has become a farcical contest as we peter out. It was always going to be a first innings game, and the two teams at the moment are playing exactly like that. Hines punches out towards long on for a single. So Raleigh Thomas is the new bowler. Carlos Brown continues to stay off the field. So too is Javo Royal. And that probably says St. Catherine are saying we can't do it. Gordon punches pleasantly in the meantime off the back foot up towards deep cover for a single. And at the end of this over, Mr. Davis will have the unenviable task to put life into the lifeless as he will take us up to tea. Looks so much like Carlos Brathwaite. Not Carlos, like Craig Brathwaite to me does Hines. Similar build, similar technical abilities. And look at that. Driven out to extra cover. You could be mistaken into thinking maybe a touch taller though. Off the back foot. Dragged it out to mid-on for a single. End of the over. And we'll hear from the erstwhile Mr. Davis as he takes us up to tea.
Thank you very much, Orville. And this game is just meandering on to a tame draw with Kensington ensuring that they bat and bat and bat, and to ensure there's nothing left in the game. 296 for 8 they are. 296 for 8, and Kensington must be commended for the way they have batted St. Catherine out of the game. And Bailey is going to continue from the southern end. As you heard, skipper Carlos Brown is off the field. Some medical issues. Javier Royal is also off the field. And the score is 297 for 8 with Nicholson Gordon on 19 from 35. And Alex Hines, who have played very well, is on 53 from 103. And Bailey is coming from the southern end. And he bowls him in his forward drives and misses. And it goes through to be taken by the keeper. 297 for 8, the score here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. And even though it's going into a tame draw, it's still cricket and the game of glorious uncertainties. But certainly at this time, the uncertainty is not so glorious as we can all tell what is going to happen. But stranger things have happened, and at tea, the skippers, the captains can decide what happened as Bailey comes in now and bowls to Hines, and he pushes it into the offside where it's fielded at cover. There's no run. The score remains 297 for 8. And if you remember when they started this morning, the lead was 95. They have cut that down, and they were behind by 95, and now they are ahead by 90. They're ahead by 94. So this morning they were behind by 95. Now they're ahead by 94, and they must be commended. They have really batted well, and Daily Bowes, and that's flicked nicely down to long on, and they go through. They walk a single, easy single, and that takes the score up to 298. 298 for 8. 298 for 8. Kensington, they lead by 95. And I think this is them driving the final nail in the casket of St. Catherine. But both teams must be commended for making it to the finals. And Kensington would have been the underdog, and especially they had to fight so hard against Clarendon in order to get first innings, and they have done the same here. As in comes Bailey and the batsman, that's Gordon there, looking like a number 4 or 5 batsman, comes forward and just pushes it nicely into the offside, and well timed, and the ball running off the bat and quickly, and young Bailey turns and recognizes that it's not every day going to be Christmas when you're in cricket. There are days when you have to put in the work and put in the hard grind to get the results, and he has so far done well. 10.4 overs, 1 for 19, Bailey, and he moves in now and passes umpire Foster, and he misses his run once more and aborts his run and has to go back to the top of his mark. I think he has missed his run about 5 or 6 times, if not more, since today. And that is something he will have to put together and get right, because bowling, fast bowling, is really an art, and he needs to get that rhythm right, and he has to practice to get his rhythm right. Something didn't feel right, so he stopped, but he's going to try again. And he has a fairly smooth run-up too, as he bowls short, and the batsman Gordon is on the back foot and punches it pleasantly into the offside. And the score remains on 298 for 8. I know that Kensington said there's no such thing as declaring, but I think they should do so to put some fun in the game. But they're not going to let go that hand off the trophy. As young Bailey now comes in, balls to Gordon. And that one, he hooks it, it was in his face, and that is very interesting shot there. You have to look at that one again. It's like he was taking evasive action and he was playing a shot at the same time. Let's look at it again. Short, and he was trying to protect himself, and he was at the same time playing a shot. And let's see what happened. Nothing happens. Got a single, and the score goes to 299 for 8. He was actually trying to get out of the way, using his bat to protect himself. And that was a good delivery from Bailey, who has bowled well apart from some looseness, some loose deliveries. And this augurs well for the future. But Raleigh Thomas will continue now from the northern end. And he'll be bowling to Nicholson Gordon. He bowls and Gordon on the back foot and hits it hard into the offside. And the fielder misfields. He can tell you what is happening to St. Catherine. And the fielder there wants to put some life in the game, misfield, to get Alex Hines on the strike and to turn over the strike and to get some excitement in the game. Or is it that he was sleeping? I'm not sure, but 299 for 8 as Raleigh Thomas, the youngster, comes in and bowls, and Hines drives it onto the onside, down too long, and it's an easy single to bring up the 300 for Kensington. 300 for 8, and congratulations to Kensington for reaching 300 for 8. And this is indeed a lead of 97. 300, that's a good score on this pitch as he comes in and bowls, and the batsman Gordon is on the back foot and he punches it pleasantly into the offside. And the score remains on, it's 301. 301, they lead by 98 as in comes Thomas, bowls forward, push it into the outside. And there's no run. As the nickel now bowls, and the batsman just leave it alone to be taken by keeper Williams. And in this game of cricket, you have to be fit, especially wicket keeper, because you have to go down for every delivery. As Thomas comes in now and bowls full pitch delivery, and Hines drives, come off the inner half of the bat, goes down to back at square leg. The fielder comes off the boundary now, picks it up, and they get a single to take the score up to 302 for 8. And Alex Hines now moves on to 56 from 107. Nicholson Gordon, who has played well, stayed there with his captain. He's on 22 from 43. And what Kensington did, they were in no hurry. They batted. They know that first innings was critical for them to hold the cup championship, and that's what they did. They stayed there and they batted and batted. Even those who have a natural tendency to be aggressive, they were able to graft their innings. And if you remember David Doa, he stayed there and he played each delivery on its merit. So Leroy Lugg, he was LBW by Jevar Royal for 34. Corey Hines, he was run out for 27. David Doa, he was LBW the Carlos Brown for 69. Javadi Francis, he was bowled by Wendell Bailey with a beauty this morning for 8. As it is changing bowling, it's going to be, that look like Laws. Left arm Chinaman bowler, wearing number 21 on the back of his shirt, and he will be bowling to Gordon. Flighted, back of the arm, he swings at it, and it comes off the inside edge and the pad, goes into the onside. The keeper skips around and fields, and there is no run. Laws has now taken 2 for 62. Pick up the bowlers so far as he comes in and bowls. Flighted, and the batsman is forward. Just push it back to the bowler. trying to tempt him there into something rash, but Gardner will have none of it. He has been there long enough, 45 deliveries. So he knows what he's about, so he decided, no, I will not do that, as Laws tosses the ball from hand to hand and comes in now and flights it. Full pitch delivery, pleasantly driven into the offside. The fielder comes around, picks up but not cleanly, allows the batsman to get a single to take the score up to 303 for 8. And Gordon moves on to 23. And it's 303 for 8. This brings Alex Hines into strike, who is on 55. And Laws will try again to see if he can get the law in his favor. Presently, it's not going his way or the way of his team. They have been made to work from yesterday in the field until today as he comes off back of the hand stuff, drives it into the onside. Well fielded there. Not clean, but a good stop that prevents them from getting a single. And despite the game going off to a tame draw, the fielders are still on their toes, and that is good to see here. At this level, you must do that as Laws, a special talent. Shiny man, left arm spinner bowls, and he flicks it, and the batsman comes forward, drives it, and Laws showing some aggression there. He's making the attempt that he wants to throw down the stump, but he changed his mind as he turns again once more. Short man. Shiny man comes in, bowls, flighted, and batsman on the back foot hits into the onside and not properly timed there. He was punching it off the back foot, but it wasn't timed properly, and it just rolls out into the onside at mid-wicket where the fielder stops it, and there is no run, and that's the end of the over, end of over number 88, and the score is 303 for 8. So, Kensington, Leroy Log, LBW to Royal for 34. Corey Hines, run out for 27. Top scorer, David Doa, LBW Carlos Brown, 69. Javadi Francis, Bowl Wendell Daly, 8. Griffiths, LBW Vital Laws, 28. Jamari Hay, we'll get back to that as the bowler Thomas is ready and comes in and bowls, and the batsman hits it high and hard. The fielder comes around, has no chance. And here comes the signal from the umpire. It is 6 runs. It's a lovely shot there from Nicholson Gordon. And he seems to be on fire today. Didn't do so well with the bowling, but he has turned himself into a batsman today. And he has put some life into the game at this time, coming forward and hitting Raleigh Thomas for 6 runs. Thomas has now gotten none for 46. And that was a good shot. And it's continued. As here comes again, the ball is found quickly. As he comes now and bowls, and the batsman is on the back foot and punches it into the offside. There's no run. And Gordon looking good now. He's on 29 from 48. 309 for 8. And the lead is getting bigger and bigger. And wow, it's really timing the ball well now and punch it in the offside. You can see it rolling out to the fielder who misfield, but no impact. He was able to recover quickly. So the score 310 for 8 as in comes Thomas Bowles, and Hines is forward. Just push it in front of him on the onside. Fielder from mid-wicket comes in and fields, and there is no run. The lead is now over 100. It's 107. And really, of a fact, the writing is on the wall as Thomas Bowles and Hines drive it back to the bowler. We're in over number 89 as Thomas turns now and comes in and bowls to Hines, and he's on the back foot and plays it backward of point. The fielder is coming around off the boundary. They take one and they're thinking of a second, but they're satisfied with one as the score moves up to 311 for 8. Hines move on to 56. Gordon is on 30. It is Laws now. Comes in and bowls to hands, and it comes forward and flicks it down towards a short fine leg, kind of back with the square leg, shortish. And they get a single. And the score goes up to 312 for 8. And Laws was been the pick of the bowlers so far, but 18 overs, and he has taken 2 for 63. Comes in now and bowls. And Boston Powder is an appeal for LBW. And not out, says the umpire. Wasn't a convincing appeal. It was a half-hearted appeal. And umpire, let's look at it again. Seemed to have pitched outside the leg stump. As he comes in again, back of the arm stuff, and it's driven pleasantly down to long off, and the fielder comes off the boundary. That's Bailey. And they get an easy single, take the score up to 313. Gordon moves on to 31. And his innings here must not be overlooked. It has been a good innings, and he has taken his team into an unassailable position as the lead continues to grow. And Laws comes and bowls, and on the back foot goes Hines, punches it nicely into the offside, and they get another easy single. And they're just milking the runs now, one by one, as their colleague said downstairs, 1-1 Coco, and the score goes up to 313 for 8. And the basket is almost full now, as Laws comes in and bowls, and Gordon's pleasant drive into the offside, down towards long off, and an easy single all along the ground. And the score goes up to 315 for 8. And if you were just coming onto the ground and see Gordon play that shot, you'd probably think he's a number 3 or 4 batsman. Well, he actually has scored more than some of them. He's on 32, and Hines waits now as Laws bowls to him, and that one he drives an inside edge out to mid-wicket. No, said Gordon. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. End of over number 90. And the score is 315 for 8. And the lead is 112. Kensington leading by 112 on first inning, and still have 2 first inning wicket in hand. And I understand their plan is to bat until the cows come home. Okay, and we noticed that Kensington there just batting, and St. Catherine using up the youngsters to bowl. In a time like this, you wouldn't see any of the older ones bowling now, as they believe it would be a lost cause. So they're giving the young ones the experience to bowl at this time, since there's not much in the game except to watch some cricket, some good cricket, to see the battle between bat and ball. And it's Raleigh Thomas, was bowled 15 overs, none for 54. He comes in and bowls, and batsman on the back foot, Georgia, and hits it into the onside. Timing poor, and lost his shape there. And that one does not look like the frontline batsman I spoke about earlier, but Thomas now bowls to Gordon, and that looks much better. He's forward in textbook fashion and just push it back to the bowler. Lapse of concentration in the previous delivery. 315 for 8. As Thomas now bowls full pitch delivery, and Gordon hits it hard into the offside, into the boundary now. 4 runs, and that's a lovely shot. That was tossed up and saying, hit me if you can, and he showed that, yes, I can. And the score goes up to 319. Gordon goes up to 36. And let's watch the replay of that again. He tossed it up and said, hit me if you can. And Gordon obliged. Yes, and he backs away and hit it really hard and into the boundary for 4. Not the textbook fashion, but he really hit it hard. The foot movement might have been indifferent, as Thomas now comes in and bowls on the back foot again, and he punches it pleasantly into the offside for a single. Good cricket here from Kensington. They have really, really rubbed salt into the wound of St. Catherine today, and they gave them no chance at all, not even a sniff as to what is coming. 320 for 8. Very good batting here as they lead by 117. This is good cricket from Kensington. They have played St. Catherine out of the game completely as Thomas comes in and bowls, and Hines drive pleasant into the offside. Well fielded there. And there's no run. And so St. Catherine still showing some fight in the field. And that's good to know at this time as Thomas comes in now and bowls to Alex Hines. And he misses that full pitch delivery outside the off stump. Should have done better with that one. It went through to the keeper. Did not take it cleanly, but stops it and prevent any run. And that's the end of over number 91. The score is 320 for 8. That is Kensington replying to 203 all out made by St. Catherine CC. Kensington, they are 320 for 8 with Alex Hines doing very well here, batting. He is on, I think Alex Hines is on 58. Alex Hines on 58, and Gordon has gone up to in the 30s now. So good batting, good partnership. What's the partnership between the two? Whoa, a partnership of 69. This is very, very good partnership here. 69 for the 9th wicket. And that will show you how dominant. And it's 117 deliveries, 1 6 and 3 4s. Really good batting here by these two, as it is Laws who comes in and bowls to Gordon. And he throws at the stump, and the ball has gone down for overthrows. Let's see now. It is 4 runs, but we could say 4 free runs. That was given by Laws, who is getting frustrated. And he throws the ball at the stumps, misses the keeper and everybody, and went into the boundary for 4. That's 4 runs. And it's 4 runs to Gordon. And if I was batting, I can get runs like that. Wow. That's easy picking. Just let's push it to the bowler. He'll throw it at the stump. We get 4. Doesn't want it better than that or easier than that. 324 for 8. Gordon goes up to 41. He's high in his 50. My goodness me. And the partnership is growing as Laws, a young man, a special talent. Okay, so Laws now comes in, bowls on the back foot and punches it into outside. An easy single there. He's moving fast. He's saying 2. They're going for 2, and they will get it quite easily here. 2 runs to Gordon, and he's really up in the ante now. He's gone up to 43 from 59, and the score goes up to 326 for 8, and they lead by 123. Good cricket here by Kensington, and the fans in Kensington there, Kingston, they'll be very happy as Lawrence comes in. Full pitch delivery, driven pleasantly, well fielded by the bowler. You remember earlier he gave away 4 free runs by recklessly throwing the ball at the stump, and the batsman was actually, I think, was in his stump, but just frustration at this time of the position of the game as he comes in on the back of the arm, good length delivery, batsman on the back foot and drops it at his toes. The score remains 326 for 8, and Gordon is on 43 from 60, and I'm sure he'd like to play his 50 here today. And he has all the time in the world to play that 50. As Lawrence comes in and bowls to him, good delivery, beaten. He actually, if he left it, but I think he was beaten. Let's see the replay. Okay, so let's assume that he left it then. Give him the benefit of the doubt. And Laws, who has now bowled, he's in his 20th over. 2 for 73. As he bowls, flighted delivery, full pitch, and textbook fashion. Gordon is forward and just pushes it into the offside. There's no run, and that's the end of the over. End of over number 92. And Kensington, in reply to 203 all out made by St. Catherine CC, they are 326 for 8 with the mammoth partnership for the 9th wicket between Alex Hines and Gordon. Nicholson Gordon. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I think he left it after it passed. And Raleigh Thomas will continue, and he'll be doing battle with Alex Hines. Hines, who have batted extremely well. He's the skipper for the side for this game, which is the finals. And he's on 58. As here comes Thomas, full pitch delivery, and he plays over that one, and it goes through, bounces off the pad of the keeper. There's no harm done. But somebody is saying that he's tired. Seems so. As Thomas bowls, good delivery, and forward comes Hines. Just push it into the offside. He remains on 58. The score 326 for 8. He comes again, bowls, well flighted, and Hines hits it down towards the long on. The fielder comes around, he can't get it, and it goes into the boundary now, 4 runs. At first it seemed as if it was not hit powerfully, but it was well timed, and it goes into the boundary for 4 runs. Let's watch the replay. Yeah, and he hits it actually quite hard, and it goes into the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and that takes the score up to 330 for 8. Hines goes up to 62, and we can get a score on the partnership. Partnership of 79 from 126. A very, very good partnership there here, and this has really, really pushed St. Catherine CC into the core of the ground. As in comes Thomas on bowls, and Hines drives it into the offside where it's well fielded, and there is no run. But this partnership of 79, can you imagine? The 9th wicket, 79-run partnership as Thomas bowls now, and he swings at it outside. He also misses, taken by the keeper, Williams, no run. And I think that Hines have the license to kill now. He can really go after the bowling for fun. But he doesn't have to take any risk as Thomas bowls him, and is on the back foot and hits it through the outside. And the big man comes across and does very, very well there. And they chose not to take the single. Well, the fielder there is daring them to run. He's moving slowly to the ball. Now he's taking his time to take up the ball, daring them to run. Yeah. So nothing really happening. He made a good stop, and he was daring them to run. If I was like him, I would take the run and laugh at him. As in comes Thomas bowls, and he hits that one down to backward square, down towards long leg, and it goes into the boundary. I love the shot there by Hines, and he is really enjoying himself here. Really enjoying himself here at the ultimate over, and that could have been the ultimate shot. The last one is for all the other guys. So number 1, 3, 4, and 5. 334 now. The score is 334 for 8. And this partnership is growing, growing and growing. And the batsmen are getting more and more confident as the days go by. And as I said, they're using the youngsters to bowl at this time. None of those seasoned bowlers who want to bowl now. So they put it to the youngsters as Laws comes in now. And he bowls to Gordon, and he just drives it on the onside. Laws comes across, misses, but well fielded, well backed up by the fielder. Hit the stump, and they go through for the single. He kicks at the stump, and he misses it. That is really comical out there. And they're trying to create some life in the game. And they have done that because the spectators are really amused. And that's a single there to Gordon to take the score up to 335 for 8. Yes, first ball was a single. 335 for 8. Are they planning to score 400 here? As Laws comes in and bowls and drives it, and the fielder comes across it, bounces off his foot, and they take a single. They're thinking of a second, and they're running very quickly, and it's an easy 2. They're putting so much pressure on the fielders here. And the score goes up to 337 for 8. And The big man there, Kenai Lewis, put under pressure. And St. Catherine CC, they will have to think about next year because this trophy is going to Kensington. And here he comes again. Laws, as he bowls to Hines. And on the back foot, that one kept low, but he plays it well. And the fielder comes around. Can he get it? Well done. Did his foot touch the rope? I don't think so. Good feeling there. And you could see that one. A single. 338 for 8 as Laws had to abort his run. The batsman was not ready as Laws was trying to rush him. Dead ball signaled by umpire Robert Foster. As here comes Laws now. And he bowls and Gordon just drives it back to him. And there is no run. 338 for 8. And many persons did not expect Kensington to be in batting at this time. Going up to T. As in he comes out now, bowls and flighted delivery. And the batsman just leave it alone to be taken by the keeper. No run. 338 for 8. Right in over number 94. As in comes Laws now. Bowls to Gordon. Full pitch delivery and he drives it. Not timing it well, getting it on the inner half of the bat. And it goes back to the bowler on the onside. The score remains on 338 for 8 as over number 94 is completed. And just to let you know the latest score here at the Ultimate Cricket Oval, Ultimate Sports Club is Kensington in reply to 203 all-out made by the mighty St. Catherine CC. They are 338 for 8 with a mammoth partnership here between Alex Hines, who is on 69 from 125 deliveries, and Nicholson Gordon is on 44 from 67. And they are really putting their team, they have put their team into an unassailable position, a position from which they are not able to lose again. And it is going to be Raleigh Thomas, who will continue from the northern end, and he will be bowling to Alex Hines, who is on 69. Thomas bowls, and Hines comes forward and turns it onto the onside. No run. A mammoth in here by Hines, who could have been run out. That's basically the only chance I can remember from him. And he was flat on his face. And he got up and was able to recover. His heart was in his mouth while he was on his face. But here comes Thomas on the back foot, punches it into the offside, beats the fielder. He runs it down and they get an easy single to take Hines into the 70s. He's now on 70. And the score goes up to 339 for 8. Gordon is eyeing his 50, and I think Hines is thinking about his century. Those are the two things in the game right now. And Kensington is eyeing their home. But here comes Thomas now, bowls, and Gordon is on the back foot, and it comes off the inner half of the bat and trickles into the onside. That's not where he intended to play it. But no harm done, as Thomas again comes in, bowls to Gordon. Gordon on the back foot and hits it hard into the offside. And it's fielded, there's no run. And the score remains on 339 for 8. As Gordon waits, he's on 44, like a single shot to take him to the half century, but he's on the back foot and push it into the outside. Is he going to try to use one big shot to go up to 50, or is he going to take them, as was said downstairs, 1-1 Coco? Let's see what he will do as Thomas comes in now and bowls to him, and he just plays it back to the bowler. A good delivery there. And that's the end of the over. End of over number 95. And Kensington, in reply to 203 made by it is St. Catherine CC, 203 all out. Kensington 339 for 8. They have gained first innings, and we are getting closer to tea. And this is a Michael Holden Senior Cup put on by the Jamaica Cricket Association here at the Ultimate Sports Club in St. Anne. And it is tea here at tea, and you can imagine it's 88 partnership, a partnership of 88 here. Well done by these two, and they must be commended for their partnership of 88 with Alex Hines contributing 43 to this partnership, and Nicholson Gordon contributing 44, and the two of them together has placed their team in an unassailable position with 339 for 8, leading by 136 with just 2 hours to go. And you could hear their teammates congratulating and cheering them. Kensington, they have done extremely well in this finals. Michael holding Senior Cup final here at the Ultimate Sports Club in St. Anne, with Kensington batting very well. It's tea time here, and we take a break, and we'll return to you as soon as they start. I have a feeling that we will not go the entire day, but we have to wait and see. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for rejoining us here at the Ultimate Sports Club in St. Anne, where we have some update news for you to say congratulations to Kensington Cricket Club on winning the Michael Holden Senior Cup here. And they are now the winners as officially St. Catherine CC unable to take the field because 5 of their players are injured and they have forfeited the game and have handed the game over to Kensington. Not handed over because Kensington actually won the game. They won on first innings. So congratulations to Kensington and well tried St. Catherine. We thank you so very much for joining us and it was really a good game and we hope you enjoy your Sunday afternoon. Thank you.
No, better you say.
Hold this one. No. Come to this side. Or that side. That side only can walk and come. Yeah.
So you could
Check,
introduce
check,
me.
check. But no, me no mic here.
Me nah get the mic either.
No, no. Check, mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the 2025 Senior Cup, Michael Holding Senior Cup Cricket Competition, I'd like to thank all of those who journeyed to this venue today. And before I hand over to the MC, I just want to do some housekeeping matters. For those who have been here, we have seen that today's match had a premature ending, as we would call. For that reason, St. Catherine is not now in the presentation. And as the awards are being made, you will note that where St. Catherine persons would have gotten awards, those will not be called today. That situation will be rectified at another time. But I want to ensure that I relieve the master of ceremony of having to deal with that matter. It's over to him now.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Cruikshank. I absolutely insisted that he said that. Because with nobody from St. Catherine as part of the presentation ceremony, I didn't want anybody to think it had anything to do with yours truly. Right, Lenny? All right, so we move in because I know a lot of the people here are going to be traveling far and wide. So we got straight into it. First, we must congratulate the JCA for putting on the Michael Willing Masters. JCA, take a bow. Congratulate the two teams, one who is here, one who is not. And I won't get into that. Not Masters, the Senior Cup, the Michael Holding. You know, normally Michael Holding is associated with Masters. So, stay with me. That should be around, eh? So we congratulate the two teams that got to the final. You must have been playing great cricket to get here. And despite a little hiccup towards the end, it was for much of yesterday and for much of today, it was quite a riveting cricket match. So we congratulate both teams as well. So we move, give yourself a clap, yeah. All right, so we move smoothly in now to the presentation part. And what I noticed the JCA has done is to have a player of each round. And we start with round one. Alwyn Williams from St. Mary was the player of the round for round one. That's 241 runs. Not out is Alwyn here. I don't know how much is in these envelopes, by the way. Oh, Mr. Spencer will collect on behalf of anybody from St. Mary. All right. Is how much in the envelope, Mr. Cruikshank, Mr. Harris? We won't say. They won't say. All right, so this is the part where I wanted Mr. Cruikshank's help because we announced the winner of round one. But then I now have to announce the winner of round three. And I didn't want anybody to think that I don't call the number two. But I don't know why we're not saying two. Mr. Cruikshank explained that. So the number two player of the round had something to do with the team that's not part of the presentation. It's not me. It's not me now, player two. Anyway, the player of the round for round three was Mario Davis from Police CC. Is he here? He ended up with 9 wickets. No? All right, so you just we'll deal with that. All right, and we'll move smoothly on to round 4, where the player of that round 4 was Nkala Tracy from GC Foster College. 201 runs and 3 wickets. Is he here? Oh, Mr. Walford will collect on his behalf. All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Walford. By the way, the presentation is being done by Mr. Peter Douglas, one of the directors at Lucas. Big up yourself, sir. Round 5, scoring 113 runs and ended up with 3 wickets was Andre Bailey of Kingston CC. Is he in the house? All right, so you could do the honors, Mr. Douglas. He's not here. All right. Round 6 now. Scoring 291 runs and 4 wickets from the Jamaica Defence Force, a man who has been in and out of the national team. We're talking about Tevin Gilzine. Mr. Walford, you'll do that as well. All right. So, no, clap the people, man. Yeah, man. All right. So, we move past the rounds and we get to the business end of the competition now, which is the quarterfinals. We are about to make that presentation. The first one is Odain McCarthy from Clarendon, scoring 204 runs in quarterfinal 1. Is he here? No. All right. Mr. Atherbury, by the way, is the man doing the presentation, part of the JCA Directorate, can I say it like that? All right, quarterfinal 3. You notice I leave from quarterfinal 1 to quarterfinal 3. And that award went to Patrick Harty from Kingston, who ended up with 6 wickets. Give him a clap as well. Not here. Well, somebody I know who is here for this particular award. Quarterfinal 4. The winner of, or the best performer for quarterfinal 4 was Daniel Griffiths from Kensington with 104. Big up yourself, Mr. Griffiths, sir. Yeah, man. All right, and Kensington in the money again because semi-final 1. Oh. All right. The semi-final 1 most outstanding player goes to Kensington CC for taking 7 wickets in that semi-final. We're talking about left-arm spinner, Mr. Ryan Francis. Oh, give the man a clap, the man. He helped to make Kensington the leaders. There's one more, but give me a second. All right, thank you, Mr. Atherbury. Now the big one for the, I see where they have the MVP of the finals. Usually we say man of the match, but maybe it's the new way. Is that the new way? MVP of the final? Is that the same thing as man of the match? But I watched the game and his innings was crucial to Kensington's cause. Batted late last night. His team was in a position where if he had lost his wicket, it could have been tricky. Settled himself, came back this morning, played some shots and put his team in a position from which they couldn't lose. Watch him in the Sunlight final and it's clear he's one of the youngsters that we are looking forward to help Jamaica's cricket forward. Talking about the MVP for the finals was Mr. David Dewar. And Mr. Chester Anderson will be the person handing the award. Give the man a clap. Well played. Well done, young man. Definitely one we are expecting a lot from down the road. All right, so the MVP for the tournament now, I understand that he's not here, would have collected a sectional prize or a round prize before. We're talking about Tevin Gilzine. Mr. Walford, you'll do that. All right, so give a round of applause to Mr. Gilzine. Not here, but clearly would have had an outstanding season. All right, don't move, Mr. Walford, because Gilzine seems Mr. Walford and Mr. Anderson, yes. Gilzine is in the awards again. So not only was he the MVP for the tournament, but also the person who scored the most runs, 696 runs for the season. The JDF batsman, Tevin Gilzine, collected by Mr. Walford. All right, so that's most runs, most outstanding. You know we have to balance it off with the most wickets. Which team does this person play for? I want to name the team.
Trelawney.
Oh no, it's Trelawney. How many wickets him get? Huh? Well, I don't know. You want him? You want to look at the most. All right, yeah, the person with the most wickets came from Trelawney, Osborne Palmer, with 47 wickets. Is he here? But, all right. We are asking the umpires to get close because we are going to give an award, because without the umpires we can't have cricket. So if the umpires are anywhere close, we are asking you to get closer so that you can collect. Oh, the umpires are here. Oh, right. So let me just get this one right. All right. So we are asking both standing umpires as well as, is it the reserve umpires? Is that the official name? Third umpire, Miss Carolyn Brown, ladies before gentlemen. So we ask Miss Carolyn Brown as an umpire to come forward. Give her her plaudits. Give her a clap. Give her a clap, please. Yes. Yeah. Again, we are asking Mr. Douglas, JCA Director, to hand over the medals to the umpires. And then the other umpire who stood in the final, Mr. Robert Foster. Sir, you may come to the presentation area. I know sometimes players don't like to clap umpires, you know, but the game done, so no can't clap the umpires. It's a thankless job, is umpiring. An umpire may get everything right and one decision, but we know how it goes. Officials are not normally the most appreciated. And then Ricardo Brown was the third umpire. Big up yourself, Mr. Brown, sir. Kept us informed while we were on top doing the commentary here. So we thank the officials for being a part of it. All right, so now we call up the members of the winning team, Kensington, who would have done all that they needed to do to be crowned the Senior Cup champions of Jamaica. Give yourselves a round of applause, and we ask the captain is last. Who is the captain? Is it Log or is it Hines for this game? Or Hines? They're asking you to come last and the team comes before. That's the or he comes first. Last. They are insisting that the skipper comes last. So the rest of the team comes and collect their medals. Put it down, good gentlemen. You can show it to your grandchildren 30 years down the road that you were part of a champion team. And you can save this memorabilia so that years down the road you can prove to the next generation that you were good enough to be two-day champions of Jamaica. Of course, Mr. Fitzharris is the person handing out the awards, and I don't think too many people in cricket circles don't know who Mr. Fitzharris is. All right, a round of applause for the Kensington team. And now the presentation of the big one. Is it now? Oh, yes. The name upon it already? Oh, 2025 Kensington CC. Does the team come now or after this individual? Team not yet. All right. All right, so the presentation of the money before the trophy, 750,000 Jamaican dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, clap the people. Clap them. Well done. Well earned. We get the photo ups in. Champagne, a bus and all them kind of something. Yes, indeed. Boy, the people, them rich. Pro box and them thing they can buy and thing. All right, so after 3, we have the grand celebration. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There we go. Well earned, gentlemen. Well earned. All right, so we thank everybody again. Everybody enjoy a safe drive home. Again, big up to Kensington and big up to the members of the JCA. Thank you all for coming out. Catch you next year.